Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, was on the floor of the House just presenting a policy statement. So when the House resolves, he will be able to continue presenting that policy statement for the ministry.
Yes, President, and we look at the questions that will be considered on the floor of the House. We have question 150 that is coming from Mr. Katambo, Member of Parliament for Masaiti, and he wants out to find out from the Minister of Health what the procedure was used in the procurement of erythromycin drugs from Mission Pharma, a pharmaceutical company, and B, part of the question, he wants to find out the measures that are being taken to prevent the procurement of substandard medical drugs and medical kits in future.
Question 151 will come from Mr. Sichiwe Mukushi, a North Member of Parliament, directing his question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The member would like to find out whether the government is aware that a suspect was found dead in police cells on Sunday, 19th November 2023 in Mukushi North. As you can see on your screen, that's the First Deputy Speaker making her way to the chamber together with the presiding officers. We do have 2 bills coming up at committee stage. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Madam Speaker.
Dancing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great nation, Zambia, Zambia, green and we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Order. I have an announcement to make. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the National Assembly of Zambia, in conjunction with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, Africa Region Secretariat, will hold a capacity development seminar for members of Parliament from 27th to 30th November 2023 under the theme Reforming Land Tenure Systems in Africa for Sustainable Development. The seminar will be held at Grand Palace Hotel along Tabombeki Road in Lusaka. Selected members of Parliament have been nominated to attend this seminar, and I thank you. We make progress. Business statement, the acting leader of government business.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee met on Thursday, 23rd November 2023, to determine and schedule business of the House for the period 28th November.
The Honorable Member from Pika, we want to listen to the business statement for the coming 2 weeks. Can we please have order in the House? Honorable Minister, you may continue.
I'll start, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee met on Thursday, 23rd November 2023, to determine and schedule business of the House for the period 28th November to 8th December 2023. In this regard, the committee resolved to lay before the House the following business for consideration. A. Announcements. The Honorable Speaker may make announcement to the House on any day when it is necessary to do so. B. Rulings. Honorable Speaker may render rulings if there will be any. C. Ministerial statements. Honorable Ministers may make ministerial statements if there will be any. D. Bills. Bills will be presented if there will be any. E. Private members' motions. The following private members' motions will be presented. Honorable Ms. Katuta, MP, will introduce the following motion, and it reads, introduce sign language and Braille writing as optional subjects in public schools. Date of presentation, 29th November 2023. Mr. Chanda, MP, will present a motion entitled, Formulate an Agricultural Policy to Minimize the Dependence on Maize. Date of presentation, 6th December 2023. F. Report on international conferences. Reports of parliamentary delegations to international conferences will be considered if there will be any. G. Parliamentary committee reports. Committee reports may be considered if there will be any. H. Questions. Honorable ministers may respond to urgent questions if there will be any. And also, honorable ministers will respond to 8 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74 as set out hereunder. The details of the questions are contained in the notice of questions circulated to all members earlier. Question number 206 on infrastructure, to be presented on Tuesday, 28th November 2023. Question number 34, under the portfolio local government, to be presented on Wednesday, 29th November 2023. Number 90, on water development, to be presented on 30th November 2023. 66, on lands, to be presented on 1st December 2023. Number 214, again on water development, on 5th December 2023. Number 154, on health, to be presented on Wednesday, 6th December 2023. And number 163, technology, to be presented on 7th December 2023. And finally, 136, on education, to be presented on 8th December 2023. The questions on standby to replace questions that may not be placed on the order paper on the designated day for one reason or another are set out here under. 142, Home Affairs. 158, Infrastructure. 174, Infrastructure. 180, Youth. 202, Energy. 23, Green Economy. 74, Energy. 108, Health. I, Her Honor, the Vice President's question time. Every Friday, Her Honor, the Vice President will respond to spontaneous questions asked by honorable members. J, heads of expenditure. The House is expected to consider the following heads. Head 52, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, on Tuesday, 28th November 2023. Ministry of Transport and Logistics, also on 28th November 2023. Then, Head 62, Energy, on Wednesday, 29th November 2023. 66, Ministry of Technology, also on 29th November 2023. Head 26, Information and Media, also on November 29, 2023. Then Head 76, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts, on 30th November 2023. Head 68, Minister of Tourism, also on 30th November 2023. Head 39, Smart Zambia, also on 30th November 2023. Head 89, Minister of Agriculture. This will be on 1st December, Friday. Head 80, also on Friday, 1st December. Then we come to Head 85, Lands and Natural Resources, on Tuesday, 5th December. Head 87, Anti-Corruption Commission, also on Tuesday, 5th December. Head 77, Minister of Defense, on Wednesday, 6th December. Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President, also on 6th December. Head 86, Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, Wednesday, 6th December 2023. And then on Head 88, Mchinga Province, Thursday, 7th December 2023. Head 90, Lusaka Province, also 7th December 2023. Head 91, Copperbelt Province, also 7th December 2023. Head 92, Central Province, 8th December 2023. Head 93, Northern Province, 8th December 2023. And Head 94, Western Province, also December 8th, 2023. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee and in accordance with Standing Order 189-5 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, I have the pleasure to present the business for the next 2 weeks to this August House. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move to matters of urgent public importance. We'll start with the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful. Madam Speaker, the past 2 days, Bank of Zambia announced that they have increased their reserve ratio by 3% points from 11.5 to 14.5. And Madam Speaker, this is the second time it is happening in a short period. Madam Speaker, as a representative of the people, I have been receiving phone calls from Chitambo and all over the country, from civil servants and some members of parliament. Madam Speaker, I have in mind people who've got or who borrowed money from lending institutions. And Madam Speaker, this includes me and myself. And Madam Speaker, also another point that is being spoken about is disposable income. The minister has not taken time, Madam Speaker, to come here to explain to the Zambian people what this increase means to, one, disposable income, and two, to those of us that are owing lending institutions. Madam Speaker, I need your serious indulgence on this matter. I thank you.
Honorable Member, this matter does not qualify to come under urgent matter of public importance. Please, let's read our standing orders. Let's not just disagree with the presiding officer. It's not a matter of life or death. The Honorable Member for Chitambo is advised to come with to use another fora so that this matter can be heard on the floor of the House. It's a good matter, but please just find another avenue of bringing it back to the House. The next member is the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the past 2 days, even as early as today in the morning, there's a confusion in my constituents over the e-voucher, because you know that the Central Province and Lusaka Province have been the provinces which are getting their inputs using e-voucher. So what is happening, Madam Speaker, there is a lot of change of goalposts. As you know, the rains have delayed coming, and people are in a hurry to plant.
Honorable Member, before you go any further, what do you mean by change of goalposts? Just be very clear.
I'll be very clear, Madam Speaker, except that just give me time. I'm trying to be very calm. Madam Speaker, what is happening is that the farmers were told that you are going to get 8 bags of fertilizer. Wait, I'm talking about what the what is in Mwembeshi. Do you come from Mwembeshi, you people?
Honorable member for Mwembeshi, you are addressing the chair. Don't involve your other members in your matter. Please just concentrate on your matter.
I'm very calm, Madam Speaker. They're just provoking me. Madam Speaker, the farmers in Mwembeshi were told that you are going to be getting 8 bags of fertilizer and 10 kgs of seed. The day for yesterday, the goalpost changed. You are to get 7 bags and 1 bag of fertilizer. Yesterday, as I'm talking, yesterday, they said you are going to be getting 6 bags and 1 bag of 10 kg of seed. Now, as I'm talking now, this morning I was just talking with one of the distributors in Shibuyunji. We had to halt the whole program that, please, can you wait so that we get this thing in, it is cleared with the Ministry of Agriculture. But I'm told that it is the PS and some of the technocrats who are writing those memos that changing of goalposts. Now, as it were, Madam Speaker, I'm seeking clarity from the leader of the business in this house today to clear us, the people of Mwembeshi, what is happening. The rains have delayed to come, and also there is a lot of changing of goalposts. When are the people going to do the planting? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling.
It's unfortunate the Minister of Agriculture is not in the House to respond immediately, Honorable Member. I don't know whether the acting leader of government business who can provide us with an answer. The Honorable acting leader of government business.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you've correctly observed that the Minister of Agriculture is not here, who is best placed to answer this specific question. And I would suggest, as you have suggested to the other questions before, that Honorable Jamba puts in a question. It is just this weekend. The Minister of Agriculture will be here. And if he delivers it quickly, I'll make sure that the Minister of Agriculture gets that question and works on it. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member, of course, it's not the job of the acting leader of government business, but he was just trying to emphasize that the best person or the best minister to give the best answer or the correct situation would have been the Minister of Agriculture. And in this matter, we don't want to waste time. Can the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi come up with an urgent question so that it can be attended to on Tuesday? Otherwise, the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi can also visit the ministry, especially that he needed an answer today. Maybe the ministry can give you an answer as we are waiting for your question to be responded to on Tuesday. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Rubasenshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for permitting the people of Rubasenshi to raise urgent public importance. And the urgent public importance that I wish to raise is directed to the leader of government of business in this house. Madam Speaker, we are about to end 2023, and in accordance with the Act number 11 of 2018, which stipulates and guides on how the communities can identify projects that can be implemented under CDF. Madam Speaker, the same Act number 11 of 2018 provides that the WDCs shall collect the application forms from the councils and give it to the communities so that they can suggest projects that they want to implement in those particular communities. And Madam Speaker, these WDCs, together with the area councillors, they are highly affected on the issue of incentives. Just this week, Madam Speaker, to be precise, on Monday and Tuesday, in Vanshesh constituency, together with other constituencies, these WDCs have resolved not to continue working without any incentives, looking at the mammoth task that they have in terms of visiting these communities, correcting the same application forms, and take to their respective councils. Some are even covering about 140 kilometers to take these application forms. So, our communities, they are not likely to participate in terms of submitting the projects that they wish to implement in those areas, on the fact that these WDCs are not taken care of. And this is the time, again, the government has insisted that by end of December, all the proposals should be approved by CDF committees. Now, I bring to your attention to suggest what these communities or WDs are going to do to ensure that what is stipulated in the Act is really upheld. I seek your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lubasenshi. Again, that matter, though is important, it does not qualify under matters of urgent public importance. So the Honorable Member for Lubasenshi, please, can you find another avenue so that this matter can be dealt with before the House adjourns? Thank you. We make progress. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 76. The Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 150.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Masaiti, Mr. Honorable Katambo, asked the Minister of Health the following questions. A, what procedure was used in the procurement of erythromycin drugs from Mission Pharma, a pharmaceutical company? And B, what measures are being taken to prevent the procurement of substandard medical drugs and medical kits in the future? Madam Speaker, the response. To the first question, A, the procedure that was used in the procurement of the 42,000 health center kits from Mission Pharma was direct bidding. Direct bidding varies according to the needs of the user, but should be in line and was in line with Section 46 of the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020. In this regard, there was 1, an urgent need to stabilize medicine supply at primary healthcare level countrywide. 2, no reasonable alternative. And 3, Mission Pharma being a reputable and reliable supplier not only to Zambia but other countries as well, qualified for direct bidding. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that a health center kit consists of 58 health products, and erythromycin is one of the products in the kit, and as such, it was not procured as a single product. B, the response to question B, Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, ZAMRA, has a robust regulatory mechanism to prevent the procurement of substandard medicines and medical supplies. The regulatory mechanism also aims to prevent entry of or timely identification and removal of substandard and falsified medical products from the Zambian market. These measures include, among others, due diligence in the supply, in the procurement process, procurement from credible and reputable manufacturers and suppliers, pre-shipment inspection, incorporation of stern measures in contracts in the event of breach and or failure to meet the conditions of contract, market authorization, also referred to as registration of medicines and allied substances, good manufacturing practice, inspection, import and export controls, post-market surveillance and pharmacological vigilance, if I've got that correctly, laboratory quality testing of medicines and allied substances, and collaboration with bodies that undertake pre-shipment quality assurance. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, before I ask a question, today being the World's Day for Philosophers, International Day of Philosophy, I would like to take this opportunity to wish all philosophers their day today, because philosophy contributes significantly to the knowledge of any country that needs to develop. And I hope members today, as we interact, will try to apply a bit of philosophy in our debate today. And I'll be the first one to do so, Madam Speaker, so that we are, being a philosopher myself. Minister, Article 89 of the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020 talks about the eligibility of bidders in any form of procurement. And subsection 8 clearly states that a local or international bidder partners with suppliers, partners with citizen suppliers. Which citizen suppliers did Mission Pharma partner with in this contract? Madam Speaker, I submit.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My understanding of the Public Procurement Act when direct bidding is being undertaken is that the philosophies that apply are in relation to the agency, that there is no reasonable alternative, and that Mission Pharma, in this particular case, was able to provide the goods and services that were required. In this case, the supply of drugs. There is nothing in relation to direct bidding which makes it a precondition that you add the local bidders to partner with the international supplier. So the provisions of the law were complied with. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Musanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since a day of philosophers, I would like to find out, Madam Speaker, through you, since these mission...
Order, Honorable Members, order.
These mission farmers are traders. They are not manufacturers. Why, as a government, have we opted to go to a middleman than to a manufacturer of drugs? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would wish that the Honourable Member would have laid evidence of the assertion that he's putting in respect of the status of Mission Pharma. As it were, that question is empty, because there's nothing that has been put on the table to suggest that they are middlemen and not merely traders and not manufacturers. I wish that question could please be substantiated, Madam Speaker, in line with the standing orders. I thank you.
Thank you. My apologies to the Honorable Member for Masaiti. The Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm deeply humbled. Madam Speaker, checking records at ZAMSA, Honorable Minister, with the international pharmaceutical companies that supply drugs to your ministry. Madam Speaker, is the minister hearing my question? Yes, yes, yes. Checking your records at ZAMSA with the international pharmaceutical companies that are supplying drugs to your ministry, and taking into account the Aristotle philosophy of leaders being so honest and truthful. Is it the first time that Mission Pharma is supplying drugs to your ministry and you paying this Mission Pharma in advance? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
I think the honorable member is aware that Mission Pharma has been supplying drugs in Zambia pre the current administration for almost 20 years. And so there's nothing that is untoward about them supplying now. And they have in the past been effective suppliers. Of course, in the past, they have also had instances when they've had to ensure that they are providing in accordance with the contractual terms. So in short, there's nothing untoward about Mission Pharma being a supplier to the country. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Standing Orders 65 are very instructive. That the information that is given to the people should not only be factual, but verifiable. Was the Acting Minister of Health in order to misinform or deny the people of Zambia information by replying to Honorable Member from Sanzala's question that he needed evidence? The reason why the Honorable Member from Sanzala asked him that question is because he wanted the information from the minister. He wanted to know because this government promised to remove middlemen in fertilizer, in medicines, in fuel, so that everything becomes cheaper. And the minister, the honorable member from Sanzala, asked the minister, is this company, which is reported to have supplied defective drugs, a manufacturer or a trading company? He should be able to provide information. Is he in order not to give information to the Zambian people? Because we are here to get answers and information from ministers. Is he in order? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Chama South. Of course, the ministers are supposed to provide feedback or answers to the questions that are being asked on the floor of the House. So I would maybe advise the minister to answer all the questions, but the Honorable Member for Chama South also can raise another question, especially in an area that is not satisfied, because the question is still being discussed on the floor of the House. So actually, when I called the Honorable Member for Chama South, I thought he was raising a question. However, we've taken note. I've guided the minister to say he should answer all the questions. But the Honorable Member of Chama South, please, if you have a question, you make use of this opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister, because clearly in the media we've seen social media, and Madam Speaker, social media, 80% of the content, according to research, is believed by the people. That's very dangerous. Can you confirm that this, or deny, or indeed clarify, that this company actually supplied defective drugs
which have since been recalled. This is what is on the social media. It's important, Madam Speaker. I submit.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, indeed, issues relating to public matters are of crucial importance. And when we speak on behalf of government, we speak from the perspective of the facts and realities that are in issue. It is a matter of record that the Honorable Minister, Substantive Minister of Health, addressed the very issue that the Honorable Member is now raising. The question is whether, generally speaking, the Mission Pharma drugs that were supplied were defective. And the answer to that question is no. In the follow-up response that I have given on behalf of the Substantive Minister, it's been made clear, firstly, that there are 58 products in a health center kit. Therefore, one cannot say simply because there was a test that was done in respect of one batch of erythromycin, which is only one drug in the entire kit, that the kit is defective. The question must be put in its context so that the people of Zambia understand what transpired. And what transpired was that a particular drug in one particular batch of one of the 7,000 kits that were purchased was found not to respond to a test, a dissolution test. And that issue is still being discussed and investigated as we speak, because the drug in issue has been taken for further testing. So, to say that the health center kits in totality are defective is not correct and would be to mislead the people of Zambia. There was one drug in one of the batches, or some of the batches that were brought in, that were found not to respond to a particular test. And that was part of the control measures that are done on an ordinary basis. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's be honest. This erythromycin has instilled a lot of fear in many patients who are being administered by medical staff this erythromycin. Madam Speaker, Dr. Karila, who's one of your doctors here in this house, would agree with me. He's a medical doctor, it's a fact. It's a medical doctor, Madam Speaker. We say we should speak facts, and I'm just giving it a reference. As he's a medical doctor, it's a fact. Madam Speaker, erythromycin is a basic drug. In this case, a defective drug. Once administered, it causes liver damage, indigestion, bloating, loss of appetite, and all these things. That's why I'm drawing my point that Dr. Kadira would agree with me. Now, Madam Speaker, my question is, should Zambians trust this erythromycin supplied by Mission Pharma? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think as we are asking questions, let's try as much as possible not to involve other members in our question. The Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, the questions that are before the House this morning in respect of the question that was put in are, what was the procedure and what measures are being taken to prevent procurement of such substandard drugs? The Honourable Member is going outside of what was put before the House. Perhaps he should consider putting in an appropriate question. He's asking whether Zambians should trust the drug. That is not what is being put here. But nonetheless, in view of the preamble to the question that was put forward, it must be made very clear that the drug was not supplied. In fact, it was held upon that test being done and therefore was not distributed. So all that preamble and the innuendo that Zambians are being put to risk and being faced with a dangerous drug is absolutely not in keeping with the facts around this erythromycin. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I think can we try as much as possible to relate our questions to the question that is on the floor of the House, which is a very simple question. It's talking about the procedure. How were the drugs procured? The procedure. of procurement or buying the mentioned drug which is mentioned in the question? And then what measures are being taken to prevent the procurement of substandard medical drugs? Can we please stick to the question on the floor? I know we have a lot of other questions that we might want to ask, but please, can we be focused and refer or maybe relate our questions to the main question that is on the floor of the House? Otherwise, we are expanding so much. And this question, actually, there was, I think, a ministerial statement where this matter was discussed at length. So with that guide, can we please be focused to the question that is on the floor of the House? The Honorable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much.
Before you take your question, Honorable Member from Mbabala, there's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank you for the opportunity. And I'm elated by the fact that you have rightly directed in terms of how the follow-up questions are supposed to be asked on this subject matter being discussed. However, I need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker. Standing Order number 67, in terms of irrelevance or repetition. Madam Speaker, I noticed that when there is a topic of this kind, which becomes hot, which has been discussed severally, even in the social media and the like, the opposition pick it up and try to bring monotony to the House by asking irrelevant questions in different ways, questions that are targeted at looking for answers in a different form, but the same questions. Are the opposition in order to continue asking questions to which they have answers, and which answers have already been provided in the ministerial statement, especially the fact that even one of them, the honorable member for Honorable Dr. Chitalu Chilufya, mentioned that there is a process of pharmacovigilance, and it's that process where they identify any defective drugs, and this is normal. It is not something that is really new. It has happened before, and it happens, it will continue happening. Why are they continuously asking questions for something that is well known? That there is a procedure to identifying a drug when it is defective. And any consignment can have a defective drug in them. Why are they continuing to ask same questions? Madam Speaker, I need your serious ruling.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The procedure is that the Honorable Members of Parliament are free to bring to this floor any question that they might need clarification or response from the Minister concerned. There is no harm in that. But the guide that I gave, I asked the members that they should be focused to the question that is on the floor of the House. The problem that we have seen, we have expanded this question so much. This question is very simple, clear, and straightforward. So with that guide that I already guided the members, we shall follow the guide that has been given by the chair. No more repeating questions. Let's avoid repeating questions unnecessarily. This is a straightforward question. The Honorable Member from Mbabala will continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Mbabala an opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Farmanova has been a company of reputable service to Zambia for many, many years. Well, the supplier company. So it has been supplying this country for many, many years. And as such, we cannot doubt its capacity and the like. And the chief whip there agrees with me because he understands how these the companies operate to support many countries in the developing world to get the drugs. My question, therefore, is on the fact that we've got a quality control system that was able to detect this issue of one drug out of so many that are okay for our people before the drugs could even go out. Have we then, as a country, also tested these drugs with our regional WHO accredited control laboratory, just to ensure that what we found here is credible and correct? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health, I've allowed that one just because of the question B.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The question by the honorable member, I think in his preamble did allude to something very important, that there is quality control that is undertaken by our own entities, in particular ZAMSA in this particular case. And following that process, I'm made to understand, and this was also mentioned by the substantive Minister of Health in her last statement regarding this matter, that there is currently a process that is being undertaken to confirm, I'll use layman's terms, whether or not the particular drug failed to meet the standard that was set out. This is a process that is being undertaken with, I believe, an entity in South Africa that is given that particular task. That was addressed on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker. ZAMRA, thank you, Honourable Member, not ZAMSA, but ZAMRA earlier. So the local test was done by ZAMRA, the regulatory authority, and there is a subsequent test that is being undertaken in one of the regional hubs, as alluded to by the Honourable Minister earlier on the floor of the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chitambo, you have a point of order or you want to ask a question?
I've got a point of order, Madam Speaker, and a question. So I don't know which one I should begin
No,
with.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker. In raising a point of order, the Member of Parliament for Zambezi East did mention that the opposition are raising irrelevant questions. Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, before you even go any further, you cannot raise a point of order on another point of order, according to our standing orders.
But, Madam Speaker, the language we use here must be... You're supposed to be censured about calling us bringing irrelevant questions here, Madam Speaker. We are sent by the people here.
I think I've already ruled the Honourable Member for Chitambo. I gave guide on the same and also the word irrelevant. I think he cited the standing order which talks about irrelevant repetitions. I've already guided on that point of order that was raised by the Honourable Member for Zambezi West. Therefore, I cannot admit that point of order. I'll take the last three. The Honourable Member for Kasama, Chitambo, and Pemba. In that order. I had mentioned you. Excuse me. I had mentioned you. The Honourable Member for Kasama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, I wanted to find out when Mission Farmer is going to be compelled by ZAMRA to recall these defective drugs, because by law, ZAMRA is the final authority. And since these drugs were already dispensed, has a media statement been issued in terms of recalling these drugs? Because other people have probably not even heard what we're discussing today and are still using these drugs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Member for Kasama. I think again, we need to put what has transpired into context. For the drugs to be recalled, it presupposes that they were distributed in the first place, which is not the case. They were quarantined. And if I understand the question correctly, they were quarantined and therefore did not reach the users, the consumers, the people, ourselves. And there is a contractual requirement for the supplier to supply appropriate drugs. Therefore, in circumstances where the drugs do not meet the contractual requirement, it only follows that they would have to provide a substitute drug at an appropriate time. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during the PF law, they supplied condoms that were defective. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is, what advice do you have to those who continuously bring the question of defective kits delivered? Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Pemba has expanded, is actually out of way of the question that is on the floor of the House. We shall not admit that question. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was on top of Kasama. Yeah, on top of Kasama.
Honorable Member, can you use another word?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You are misleading the people. You are misleading
Madam
the
Speaker
people.
was first on the list.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, you are aware, and the other presiding officers, that when it comes to like asking questions, I'm always focused. And this time around, I'll be focused. Madam Speaker, the acting Minister of Health, in responding to the question, the substantive question, indicated that the procurement of drugs from the mission farmer was made to stabilize the supply of drugs to primary health care facilities. Madam Speaker, in some of the districts and provinces, even after procuring medicines from Egypt and also India, the supply of drugs has not stabilized. My question is, why were the drugs procurement, Honorable Minister, non-compliant to the prescribed standards as per ZAMSA requirement? Is it the reason why 8 staff at ZAMSA have been suspended? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before maybe the Minister comes in, the Honorable Member for Mansa has a point of order. What is your point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a very serious point of order on Honorable Kalila, seated right behind the Acting Minister of Health, and allowing the Minister of Health to misdefine the word recall. Madam Speaker, for the sake of the Hansard and for the nation, a recall is just a voluntary action taken by a company or by an authority to recall or to remove a drug so that it's not consumed by the public. Madam Speaker, what has happened is that Mission Farmer, just by removing that drug from the kit, read, these things we learn in school.
Just focus, Honorable Member. Just focus on your point of order.
Yeah, so a recall can be done by the company itself, by the authority, they can be compelled, or they can do a market withdrawal. And for the record of the House, in this country, there's never been any procurement of defective condoms. And this is a house of facts, and it's important that we don't run health through
economy through propaganda, lies, and innuendos. And finally, Madam Speaker,
Is that
it's
a point of
important
order?
I need to rebut.
Is that a point of order?
Madam Speaker,
Order.
Madam Speaker, is the minister in order? Madam Speaker, before we say this about the minister,
Wind up your point of order.
parliamentary privileges must not be used to defame. It's very important. Let's be civil and decent about this. Yeah, so let's not allow the public to defame with lies. Is the minister in order to misdefine RICO when these drugs are actually recalled by the manufacturer, and also they're actually supposed to be a statement issued by ZAMRA demanding that the drug be recalled? So the definition there, Madam Speaker, needs to be put in place. 65B.
The honorable member for Mansa Central actually debated his point of order. And when he referred to the question that was raised by the honorable member for Pemba, I did not allow that question. It was not admitted. He mentioned it, but the question was not admitted. So we make progress. I think we've had enough. I will allow the honorable minister to respond to the last question that was raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the risk of sounding repetitive, the question is rather general and suggests that the drugs that were procured in total were substandard, which is not correct. What the position is that a test was conducted on one of 58 items in the health center kits, which was found not to respond to the requirements of the test. And as a consequence, that particular drug was, to use the nomenclature of the honorable member for Mansa, recalled. It was held back. It was not allowed to go for distribution into the health centers and ultimately to the people. So it cannot be said, as suggested by the honorable member, that there were substandard drugs that were procured and supplied to the people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We make progress. The honorable member for Chitambo, your slot was taken by the honorable member for Wacha, who indicated that he was on top of the honorable member for Kasam. So please, the honorable member for Chitambo, you may take your seat. The honorable member for Wacha, what is the problem?
The minister, Madam Speaker, has not answered my question. He has not answered.
May you repeat your question? I think it's because of the points of orders that have been coming. What was your question, honorable member?
Madam Speaker, I indicated in the first place that even after the procuring of drugs from India and also Egypt, because the procuring of these drugs were meant to stabilize the supply of medicines in the health facilities. But even after procuring those drugs, in most of the health facilities in this country, Madam Speaker, there is no medicine. Our people, yes, you can question if in your constituency there is medicine. So the question is, Madam Speaker, why were the drugs procurement not compliant to the prescribed standards as per ZAMSA requirement? Is it the reason why 8 staff at ZAMSA were suspended? Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was my question, and he has not answered.
This question actually is not talking about the supply of drugs. It's talking about the procurement of drugs and what measures are being taken to prevent the procurement of substandard medical drugs. Unless the minister, you've got anything to say about the procurement of the substandard drugs?
No, Madam Speaker, I do not have anything to add to the answer that was already given. Besides, there were two questions that were asked, one of them relating to suspension of staff, which is nowhere near the issues that are being discussed here. So, Madam Speaker, I believe I did respond, contrary to the assertion from the Honourable Member. He's asking about disciplinary issues and employment issues. It's got nothing to do with the question on the floor of the House. And he asked two questions. I chose to answer the one that was relevant. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have closed this question. What is your point of order, the Honourable Member for Kalabo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, order number 65. When you stand and speak, you must speak a fact. A fact is a situation that is verifiable, meaning you can reverse it. Honourable Member for Water is my friend, and he was my chairperson. But has he got the proof to show that the clinics in Kalabo have no medicine? Because he's saying nationwide. And Kalabo being part of Zambia, I want him to prove that the clinics in Kalabo have no drugs. Is he therefore in order, without that proof, to state that there are no drugs?
Thank you, the Honourable Member for Kalabo. The Honourable Member for Kwacha actually was guided to say that the portion where he talked about the supply was not going to be answered by the Minister, the Acting Minister of Health. The Honourable Member for Wacha, in the future, please, don't generalize what is happening in Wacha constituency with other constituencies, because the situation on the ground might be different after all. Try to not to generalize some issues such as this one. So the Honourable Member actually was out of order, although I didn't allow that question to be answered by the Acting Minister of Health. We make progress. Question number, the Honourable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 151.
The Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honourable Christopher Chibuye, Member of Parliament for Mukushi North Parliamentary Constituency, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. A, whether the government is aware that a suspect was found dead in cells on Sunday, 19th November 2023 in Mukushi North Parliamentary Constituency after allegedly being tortured by police officers. B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to safeguard the lives of suspects in detention? And C, what measures are being taken to prevent such occurrences at police stations countrywide? Our response, Madam Speaker. In responding to the questions asked by the Honourable Member, I wish to state as follows. Government is aware of a reported case of a suspect who died in Mukushi North Parliamentary Constituency. Brief facts of the matter are that on Saturday, 18th November 2023, around 7 hours, Mukushi Police Station recorded a report of breaking into a building and committing a felony therein from the depot manager for ETG company in Mukushi district. The depot manager, on behalf of the company, that the warehouse for ETG was broken into and a safe containing money amounting to 1,285 kwacha was stolen. The safe was worth 5,000 kwacha. Acting on the report, the police carried out investigations which led to the apprehension of male suspect Shadrach Skalengwe, age 30, together with 2 other male suspects on the same date. The 3 suspects were detained at Mukushi Station. On the same day, around 19 hours, inmates alerted officers that male Shadrach Sikalangwe had collapsed. The police picked and immediately rushed him to Mukushi District Hospital, where he was unfortunately pronounced dead upon arrival. An inquiry file was opened pertaining to the death of the suspect. On Tuesday, 21st November 2023, a post-mortem was conducted on the body of the deceased in Mukushi by a state pathologist, and the preliminary findings indicated that, 1, there was no physical injuries observed on the body. 2, there was no head injuries observed on the body. And 3, the brain was intact. The pathologist further collected some specimens from the organs for further toxicology examinations in order to ascertain the cause of death. Investigations are still going on. The police have since recovered the damaged safe, but the money is still missing. The 2 suspects who were detained together with the now deceased have been arrested and charged for the offense of breaking into a building and committing a felony. They are in contrary to Section 303 of Chapter 87 of the laws of Zambia. They have since been released on police bond and will appear in the courts of law soon. B, the Zambia Police Service has enhanced supervision of all the officers who are responsible for the custody of suspects. C, the Zambia Police Service will continue to sensitize all the officers in the country on the importance of assessing the welfare and well-being of suspects, and is strengthening the capacity of officers to be able to undertake effective risk assessment on suspects. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Mukushi North, do you have a question?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the response you have provided. On your last answers, you have actually told this House that you have, as a ministry, you have embarked on
Honorable members, the voices are becoming louder. Let's try to lower them. You may continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you. You have actually told us that you have embarked on capacity building of these officers that are found in these police stations. Are you confirming that indeed some of these officers that could be found in these police stations could actually compromise the ethical approach to managing these detainees in these various police stations? Could you confirm? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I do not confirm. However, arising from the various allegations that have been made by members of the public, we have taken an initiative to reorient our officers not to be involved in issues as alleged by members of the public.
The Honorable Member for Musanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, according to Human Rights Charter, it is not permissible for any police officer to torture any suspect, whether stealing a cow, a spoon, or what. But according to the allegation that are on the floor of this House, Madam Speaker, is it your intention, Minister, to retrain or to retrain your officers and educate them more about the Human Rights Charter, which was agreed upon? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, reorientation and capacity building is an ongoing process pertaining to policing in this country. We are aware that in the past, certain officers could be overzealous, not really relating to torture of suspects, but in other areas. Hence, the reorientation of officers. We are doing that, and it is in the interest of everyone to ensure that the officers are professional as they embark on their various duties.
The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is interesting to note that the post-mortem report does not suggest any infringement on the body of this suspect who died in the custody of police. The two suspects who are still alive are still attesting the torture that they actually underwent with these, at the hands of these police officers. Now, it is quite surprising that the post-mortem is actually stating otherwise. Now, my question, Honorable Minister, what is it that the Mukushi people can hear now in terms of what really transpired to this person in the police cells? What really killed him according to the post-mortem that was availed to the family?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I did mention that further investigations are still ongoing. I will not conclusively state what is the cause of death. Those investigations are still going on.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, to allow me to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Home Affairs. Honorable Minister, losing a life for a family member is something that is quite painful. We have noticed some extrajudicial killings in the country, and this is not sitting so well with our human rights records. Honorable Minister, what is the lasting solution to such instances so that we can put a complete stop to such unfortunate situations? Of course, some measures that we've alluded to may not be enough. So what, in your personal view, could be the last solutions that we can embark on so that such instances can put to a complete stop? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I will not confirm that there are extrajudicial killings in the country. And as such, I will not be in a position to start expressing an opinion on a matter that doesn't exist.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, let me state that I've just received the very sad news. An elephant has just killed another person. In a week now, we are losing 2 lives per week. I hope right in the village, I hope the Minister for Tourism will do something, because Muguchu has been killed in Pondo by an elephant right in his village. I pass my condolences to the people of Chinyama village in Pondo. Honorable Minister, clearly we have seen that the police have continued taking lives. And it's not only the police, Madam Speaker. We had ZNS officers also shot someone dead. In the past, Honorable Minister, whenever such an incident, very unfortunate incident happens, your government, while in opposition, used to refer to PF and its leadership to have committed such unfortunate incidents, are you now in the position to tell the Zambian people that it is the UPND government that is taking lives? I submit, Madam Speaker.
That question, Honorable Member, is really not connected to the question on the floor of the House, unless if the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs has got something to say. I see no connection.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you most sincerely. I would like to respond to the assertion that has been made by my honorable colleague, and I want to respond. That is true that under PF there was extrajudicial killings, and a number of officers were arrested, and a number of PF members are appearing in court because of such activities. I cannot confirm on the part of the current government, but I can confirm on the part of PF.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Minister, I think let me just help the minister. I almost had the same question, but I'll put it in this way. You've just confirmed that you are putting PF. There were some killings. And this time there are some killings by the people who should protect lives. So, Honorable, what are you going to do in order to divorce political parties in power from the killings of the police officers of innocent citizens? So do you have measures going forward so that when you are in power, you are not necessarily the one who is killing the people, but the police officer? So what plans do you have to delink the political power, the political party in power from your officers when they commit such crimes? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to confirm that we will never repeat the atrocities that were committed by PF.
The clerk will now read the orders of the day. The clerk.
The Competition and Consumer Protection Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023, committee stage.
I now consolidate orders 1 and 2, and the House will now resolve into committee.
The Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023. Clause 1, short title. Any debate or any objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 2 is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman. There is an amendment on Clause 2.
On which bill?
National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023. We are supposed to move an amendment on Clause 2 with the way it's circulated.
Me, I was reading this.
You were reading
This one.
No, it's this one. Competition.
Where is it here?
This one.
Oh, okay. But we are starting with this one.
No, the competition.
Okay. All right. We started with the wrong bill, I guess. They put the wrong bill on top.
So let's revert to the actual bill. The one that was displaying the document, put a different bill on top. The Competition and Consumer Protection Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023. Clause 1, short title. Any debate, any objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2. The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, the Acting Minister.
I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 2 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 2 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 3, amendment of Section 3. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 3 is agreed to. Clause 4, amendment of Section 5. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, insertion of Section 5A. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, amendment of Section 7. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 6 is agreed to. Clause 7, repeal and replacement of Section 8. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 7 is agreed to. Clause 8, amendment of Section 14. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, repeal and replacement of Section 17. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 9 is agreed to. Clause 10, insertion of Section 23A and 23B. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, amendment of Section 24. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, insertion of Section 34A. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 12 is agreed to. Clause 13, repeal and replacement of Section 35. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 13 is agreed to. Clause 14, repeal and replacement of Section 37. The question is that Clause 14 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industries.
I beg to move that Clause 14 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 14 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? The amendment is agreed to. Clause 14 as amended. Any further debate? I see none. I put the question. The question is that Clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 14 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 15, amendment of Section 42. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, amendment of Section 43. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 16 is agreed to. Clause 17, repeal and replacement of Section 45. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, amendment of Section 46. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, repeal and replacement of 47. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 19 is agreed to. Clause 20, amendment of Section 48. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 20 is agreed to. Clause 21, amendment of 49. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 21 is agreed to. Clause 22, amendment of section 50. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 22 is agreed to. Clause 23, repeal and replacement of 51. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 23 is agreed to. Clause 24, amendment of section 52. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 24 is agreed to. Clause 25, amendment of 55. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 25 is agreed to. Clause 26, amendment of section 57. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 26 is agreed to. Clause 27, repeal and replacement of 58. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 27 is agreed to. Clause 28, amendment of section 50. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 28 is agreed to. Clause 29, amendment of section 64. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 29 is agreed to. Clause 30, amendment of 65. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 60 is agreed to. Clause 31, amendment of section 67. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 31 is agreed to. Clause 32, repeal and replacement of 75. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 32 is agreed to. Clause 33, insertion of third schedule. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 33 is agreed to. Clause 34, general amendment. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 34 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate? Any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee stage with amendment. This one? The Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill 15 of 2023. Clause 1, short title. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of section 2. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 2 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate? Any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee stage without amendment. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the committee of the whole House has gone through the Competition and Consumer Protection Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023 with amendments.
Day for consideration of the report.
Next Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Next Tuesday. Consideration of the report to be taken next Tuesday. Next order.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the committee of the whole House has gone through the Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023 without amendment.
Day for third reading.
Next Tuesday, Madam.
Third reading of the bill to be taken next Tuesday. Next order.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
When the business was interrupted yesterday, Thursday, 23rd November 2023, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, was considering Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and the Honorable Minister was presenting the policy statement. May the Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce order. May the Acting Minister continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Industrial and enterprise development. Chairperson, during the period under review, the Ministry continued to promote investments in value addition activities in order to spur industrial and enterprise development in the country. We continue to use the special economic zones model as one of the major vehicles to industrial and enterprise development. Special economic zones are increasingly becoming an important model of promoting investment, industrialization, and job creation in the country. Chairperson, the Ministry stepped up efforts to support the development of existing zones and to develop and operationalize new economic zones in the country. You may wish to note that to date, the Ministry has declared up to 7 special economic zones, namely the Lusaka South M Phase, Lusaka East M Phase, Roma Industrial Park, Zambia Jiangxi M Phase, Sub-Saharan Gemstone Exchange Industrial Park, Chambishi M Phase, and Kalumbira M Phase. Chairperson, these special economic zones have created jobs and contributed to the overall economic development of the country. For instance, the Lusaka South M Phase has 22 companies that are operational, while 33 companies are at different stages of construction, with a total of US $900 million in actualized investments. This M Phase has so far created over 20,000 jobs out of 33,000 pledged jobs. The Chambishi M Phase and the Lusaka East M Phase, that are both operated by Zambia-China Economic and Trade Cooperation Zone, ZCCZ, host a total number of 45 companies. These 2 M Phases are currently employing a total number of 11,000 people. Chairperson, Trade Facilitation, Promotion, Market Access. The Ministry continued to embark on activities that enhance and improve the facilitation of trade across the borders. These include activities related to the establishment of the one-stop border posts, improved coordination within our border agencies and among those with adjoining states, and the simplifying and harmonizing cross-border procedures. In this regard, the Ministry has negotiated for the operations of Katimamulilo, a border with Namibia, to operate as a one-stop border post. Once the agreement is signed, the border will start operating as a one-stop border post. The Ministry has also negotiated for Chalwe border to operate as a one-stop border post once it is completed. The agreement for this border post was signed on 17 November 2023. Chairperson, I'm glad to also mention that the Ministry, alongside other institutions, has also negotiated with the private sector to develop more one-stop border posts, and these include Sakania on the Copper Belt, Kambimba in Northwestern Province, Janida in Eastern Province. In addition, the Ministry is also discussing improvements for the Nakonde border, which will get support from the World Bank. Policy, legal, institutional, and business reforms. Chairperson, the Ministry undertook various policy, legal, and institutional reforms in order to create an enabling environment for the private sector. Some of the reforms include the enactment of the Zambia Development Act No. 17 of 2022 and the Investment and Business Development Act No. 18 of 2022, as well as the National Quality Policy. Programs to be implemented during the 2024-2026 medium-term expenditure framework. Chairperson, for the year 2024, the total ministerial budget allocation under Head 33 has increased by 20.7% to 745.5 million kwacha from 591.2 million kwacha in 2023. This increment will support, among others, the operationalization of newly established technical regulation department in the ministry, government efforts to decentralize key business services to provincial and district centers, as well as expand the capacities of grant-aided institutions under the ministry. Out of this allocation, 57.3% represents government-funded budget and amounts to 427 million kwacha. Further, 381.5 million kwacha will be received as funding support from cooperating partners and represents 42.7% of the total ministerial allocation. Chairperson, the ministry's priority programs during the medium-term expenditure framework as 2024-2026 are as follows: competitions and consumer protection. The program has been allocated a total of 52.8 million kwacha, representing an increase of 20.1% from 42.2 million kwacha allocated in 2023. The increase in funding is as a result of additional allocation to meet increasing public demand on the services and the need to enhance competition and consumer welfare activities. In this regard, the ministry will focus on improving the competitive environment for business by reducing entry barriers as well as the cost of doing business for the private sector. Measures will include promoting and strengthening fair competition in the domestic market through awareness and education campaigns, as well as hand-holding activities to spur innovation and improve the quality of goods and services in order to improve the protection of consumer welfare. Standards and quality assurance. Chairperson, the program has been allocated a total of 164.2 million kwacha, representing an increase of 7.4% from 152.1 million kwacha allocated in 2023. The increase in funding for this program will meet costs towards the operationalization of the newly established Technical Regulations Department that will be mandated to
Honorable Minister, wind up.
To implement the National Environmental Protection. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Industrial and Enterprise Development. This program has been allocated a total of 470.9 million to represent 49.5% as opposed to the allocation in 2023. The increment is as a result of funding support from the cooperating partners. Chairman, I ask that the whole House supports this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As the time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Been suspended for 20 minutes, and at the time business was suspended. The acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, this is Honorable Charles Melupi, who is Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, has just finished presenting a policy statement. So as we speak, the House has resolved into Committee of Supply. It has just taken a 20-minute health break. When it resumes, the members of Parliament will start debating this head.
Yes, President, and we look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House so far. Two questions have been considered on the floor of the House, and also two bills have been considered, and these were being considered at a committee stage. The Competition and Consumer Protection Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023, and the Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023. Details, of course, will come in later. For now, we take a break.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Newton Samakai. I am 61 years old, and I come from Mlunga, as you know. I've got 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. And of course, in my family, we were 10. 6 have since died, and we are only 4 remaining. And I went to Kanyama Primary School in the Munirunga district. That's where I did my primary school, and from there I went to Sorezi Secondary School, where I did my high school. After that, I went to National Institute of Public Administration, where I did my diploma in accountancy. Thereafter, I did my postgraduate and MBA in finance at Birmingham University, and you know, after that I came back, and possibly I've been working for the council. I first worked for NAMBOD, and then thereafter I went to cooperatives for about 2 years, and then I went to local authorities, starting with Kitwe City Council. Then I went to Chipata Municipal Council, and then from there I came to Lusaka City Council. After that, I joined the Ministry of Local Government and Housing those days. Thereafter, I'm a member of Parliament and happily serving my people, the people of Mwinlonga constituency. Constituency in size is one of the biggest constituencies in the country, perhaps second largest in the country after Kasempa in terms of size, but population we are bigger than Kasempa and many other constituencies. The people in Mwinlonga, most of them are subsistence, farmers. They grow cassava, mainly that's what we are growing. But I think people have gravitated to growing maize, and mostly is as a business. They grow maize for sale, and also other cash crops like beans. We grow a lot of beans. Actually, the beans you call in Lusaka Sorezi beans, most of it comes from Mwinlonga. We also keep cattle. We are cattle farmers at a small scale. Of course, we cannot compare to our colleagues in Southern Province or Eastern and Western Province. But we have a sizable population of cattle in Mwinlonga, and of course Mwinlonga is endowed with a lot of streams and rivers, so we are sitting on a very big water body, and perhaps only second to Rapula province. I attempted to count the rivers and streams in my district. I only ended up at 47 and they were still going, so I stopped. So I realized that I think there is no district in this country that beats Mwinlonga in terms of rivers and streams. We are also endowed with the minerals. We have cobalt, we have copper, we have gold. Gold is plenty, stretching from Senior Chief Sairunga. It goes all the way to Chief Chubwika and Chief Ntambo. There's a lot of gold in these areas: copper, cobalt, zinc, and ore. We also have timber in the area. I think we are graciously endowed by God in terms of natural resources. But the only challenges that we have is that we lack capacity to exploit the natural resources that we have in order to uplift our living standards using those natural resources that we have. So that's one of the challenges. And some of the challenges that we have are roads. The roads are extremely bad. And if you don't have roads, then your challenges becomes insurmountable. Your challenges become insurmountable because you really need transport to facilitate whatever business that you want to do, whether it is farming. It also helps our workers in the rural areas, teachers, health workers, agricultural workers, because they have to move to areas where there are social amenities, to get their groceries, to go to the banks and stuff like that. So they have challenges, especially in the rainy season. It becomes a big problem for our workers, the farmers, and the general populace in the rural areas to travel. So we really have to, as a New Dawn government, with the resources that we are being given through Constituency Development Fund, I think we have been empowered, and we really need to look at this issue of our rural roads. I don't think that we can continue crying to government because the government has given us the resources. All we need to do, I think, organize ourselves properly, be able to buy equipment to work on these roads on our own. Fund is the answer to reduce some of them. But obviously, we have issues to do with facilities like banks. We only have one bank. One of our way of life, as you know, we collect honey. You know, most of our people live on honey collection, and they make their money from honey. You have seen that now it's lifestyle for many people. Many people are not using sugar; they are using honey, and I think we are the major honey collectors in the country. Honey from Mwinilunga, I think, is the best honey. Even in South Africa, is renowned. Honey from Mwinilunga is the best, and so that is one of the activities that provide money to our people. We are also pineapple farmers, stretching all the way from Ikelenge to Mwinilunga up to Rumwana West. In fact, up to Rumwana East in Karumbila or Sorese West constituencies, all pineapple growing area. And we are very grateful to government. They put up a factory which is supposed to can pineapples and also can mangoes, tomatoes, and all that. But I think that our people are not benefiting for now from that factory because the factory is not operational at the moment. I think that outfit hasn't been given resources to be able to buy pineapples from the pineapple farmers and those who are growing tomatoes, so that they could be encouraged to grow more pineapples, grow more tomatoes to bring onto the market, because that would be adding value to these products that are being produced by the people in Mwinilunga, and provide these products onto the market. And then, that's what economic development is all about. We are actually improving on growing maize. And I think from April to now, the government has been collecting maize, and Mwinilunga was mentioned to be one of the districts where maize is going to be gotten and transported to Lusaka, and I think some of it is going to Southern Province for the first time. I think we could be feeding our colleagues. We are a diverse people in terms of economic activities, and all we are crying to government is if they can open up Congo using the Kambimba Road, which project is on the cards, and the government has I think, reached the negotiation stage, which might be concluded in few weeks, according to the report that I got. I think once that road is done, the Kambimba Road, the moment it is done, connected to Congo, that will be a game changer, not only for the people of Mwinilunga, but I think it will be a game changer for Zambia as well, because the economic activity in the province and in Mwinilunga district will actually go up. And our vision also is to support government on ensuring that the Lobito corridor, is actualized, the road from Angola into Zambia, because again that will enhance economic activities between Zambia and Angola. And I also have information that a construction of rail line from Angola to Jimbe, to Mwinirunga, to Karumbira, to Sorezi, to Chingola is going to be concluded very soon. And I think those are activities that are going to change the face of my constituency and the face of Northwestern Province and also Zambia in that area. My plea to the people of Mwinilunga is that let us be patient with this government. I think this government found our economic circumstances not in the right shape, and the president and his entire government have been trying to do their best to try and bring things to normalcy, and I believe that they are getting there. They are almost there, and the moment all these things are actualized, we would be able to see a development at the pace that we all would want to have it, especially as a Northwestern Province that has been marginalized for a long time. I do understand the people's cries, especially the people of Mwinilunga. I would want to ask the people of Mwinilunga to be calm. Development is going to come.
Television, and the House is still on break. Business will resume shortly at 11 hours.
And at the time, business was suspended for that 20 minutes health break. The acting minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and this is Honorable Charles Milupi, who is Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, has just finished presenting a policy statement. So when business resumes, members of Parliament will continue debating. Let's quickly look at what else has been considered on the floor of the House.
There was an announcement when business just started at 9 hours, and the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker informed the House that the National Assembly of Zambia, in conjunction with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association CPA Africa Region Secretariat, will hold a capacity development seminar for members of Parliament from Monday 27th to Thursday 30th November 2023 under the theme Reforming Land Tenure Systems in Africa for Sustainable Development. And she further said that the seminar will be held at the Grand Palace Hotel on Thabo Mbeki Road in Lusaka, and that selected members of Parliament have been nominated to attend the seminar.
And shortly you'll be able to see the chairperson getting back to the chamber. That will signify the resumption of committee work. Earlier on, the House did consider two bills, and these bills came out committee stage. The first one was a Competition and Consumer Protection Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2023. The bill reported as having passed committee stage with amendment, and report stage will be taken next week on Tuesday, on the 28th of November.
There was another bill, the Zambia Institute of Marketing Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2023, which was also considered in committee, and it has gone through without any amendments. The third reading will be taken on Tuesday, 30th November 2023. And just now we go back to the floor of the House. Good morning.
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Bells are ringing. The quorum is not yet constituted. It is a requirement that one-third of the total number of members of Parliament are supposed to be present in the House for any business to be conducted. But then let's quickly look at what is yet to be considered on the floor of the House as we speak. Bells are ringing, and just before the break, the acting Minister of Commerce has just finished presenting the policy statement. What else is yet to be considered?
Yes, percent yet to be considered is Head 44, Ministry of Labour and Social Security, and Head 45, the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. And of course, when business started, there was an indication from the acting leader of government business, that's the Dr. Tumbeko Msokotwani, and he indicated the business for the period 28th November to 8th December business that will be transacted on the floor of the House during that time. And this will include announcements, rulings if there will be any, ministerial statements if there will be any, there will also be bills if there will be any, private members' motions, and one of the motion will be moved by Ms. Given Katuta, Chienge Member of Parliament, who wishes to move a private member's motion entitled Introduce Sign Language and Braille as Options in Schools. There will also be reports to be considered, reports on international conferences if there will be any, committee reports and questions, and the House will continue to consider various heads that is in committee. This is the estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And some of the heads to be considered are Head 80, Head 85, 87, and some of the many. Just now we cross back to the floor of the House for continued business.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and the Honorable Acting Minister had just finished presenting a policy statement. Any further debate? Mr. Chatila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my correct name is Jatila, from a village called Yamatago in Monze. Yes, yeah, thank you.
A village called what?
My village, Mr. Chairman, is called Hamatago Village, from Monze. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Commerce is a very key ministry, Mr. Chairman, because it cuts across other ministries. They are the ones, Mr. Chairman, who are formulating policies of trade and industry. And among some of the mandates, Mr. Chairman, they have is that of business registrations and maybe investments. And as such, Mr. Chairman, this ministry, Mr. Chairman, needs to be supported. And I want to say that I do support the budget head. And also it is good to note that they have been given an increment of 22% from the current budget, which is very good. And because of that, Mr. Chairman, I do support the head. Mr. Chairman, in supporting the head, also just to mention that if you remember, and I'm sure you're aware, that Parliament is doing the sector budget analysis, and as a committee on the expanded planning and budgeting committee, we did interact, Mr. Chairman, with the other key ministries that which are responsible for a lot of sectors such as education, science and technology, health, community development, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, Energy, Water Development, and also the national security. And in doing our work, Mr. Chairman, almost all the issues that which are coming, we are pointing out to this ministry, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. And also, under the 8th National Development Plan, Mr. Chairman, you realize that the key pillars, or that is under agriculture, tourism, energy, mining and manufacturing, also anchored also under this ministry, the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. In supporting this head, Mr. Chairman, I would want to tackle maybe just one, two or three items. You realize, Mr. Chairman, that issues of manufacturing are very key under this ministry. And what I have in mind is the issue of the value chain addition in the textile industry and also the leather industry. Under the textile industry, Mr. Chairman, you realize that there are incentives or tax holidays that which have been given under the cotton value chain. We see whereby the Minister of Finance, which is very good because then we need to spur investments, has given 5 years tax holiday on the profit for cotton seed, and another 5 years tax holiday on profits that which are coming out from the cotton industry, and a 10-year tax holiday, Mr. Chairman, which is made from the spinning and ginning of cotton. Now, to make sure that these tax holiday become a reality, Mr. Chairman, I think we want to call upon the Ministry of Trade and Commerce also to start implementing some measures in this industry of the textile industry. Currently, Mr. Chairman, we have a lot of second-hand clothes traders dotted everywhere in Zambia. These we call them Salaola. Mr. Chairman, even when you give these tax holidays, in the midst of the plenty of these other goods that which come, which are cheaper, and also some of them, Mr. Chairman, we have heard statements that they are in fact a danger to the well-being of our people. I have in mind, Mr. Chairman, if we go today along Lumumba Road, although I'm happy that those traders are moved, you find the traders of these second-hand clothes are still selling underwear, they are still selling what we call bras and other materials. So if we want to promote this industry, Mr. Chairman, I think it's high time when we looked at now streamlining or banning completely the trade of the second-hand clothes. Because by doing so, then we are going to create our own job for our people. And also this cotton industry, Mr. Chairman, is going to benefit a lot. Because then now we are going to be moving towards making our own clothes and the like. Meaning the manufacturing industry is going to be enhanced. Then the other one is the leather industry. Mr. Chairman, you are aware that Zambia has a lot of skin yards that which we have through the slaughtering of animals and the like. But for now, the only industry that which I know, which is trying to make like shoes and other leather commodities, is that of Zamsho. But I want to believe that most of these skin hides are going to waste. Mr. Chairman, days are gone where you go to Kalabo, Liua, Sioma, where they were stealing our animals from southern province to western province, and in doing so, then they will bury, after skinning these animals, they will bury the skin hides. But this time around, because they have repented, Mr. Chairman, we have a lot of these skin hides. So if properly managed, the people of Mongu constituency will benefit a lot, because then you will find the manufacturing industry in leather can be promoted. And then, Mr. Chairman, the other thing is the Minister of Commerce and Industry plays also a key role in business registrations. This time around, this country, in fact, our budget, when you look at the revenue which we can get, we can generate a lot of revenue by bringing on board a lot of these informal sectors. We have a lot of them now, Mr. Chairman, where they are operating illegally because they are not registered. But if these were to be brought on board by way of registration, Mr. Chairman, we can raise a lot of money from there. Thereby, the Minister of Finance will not be struggling to go around maybe where you are looking for funds to pay some of the obligations that which we have. And then the last one, Mr. Chairman, unlike in the past, under the PF government and the other previous governments, this time around, Mr. Chairman, the UPND has brought about budget credibility. There's a lot of physical discipline. Hence, by doing so, I don't expect, Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, not to start implementing some of these issues because now they have the money. Monies which are located quarterly, they are receiving as and when they need those funds. So because of that, we expect the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Mr. Chairman, to be now on their toys, run, and ensure that all these things, Mr. Chairman, some of these I've highlighted, they are undertaken, so that then we see our country being a better country in which to live in. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for according me this time, and I support the head. I submit.
Thank you. Mr. Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity that you have given the people of Chamber to echo a voice on this important motion. As I support this budget, I want to say that the mandate of the Ministry of Trade and Commerce is very clear. And the chairperson, I just want to remind ourselves and the country at large that trade and commerce plays a critical role in any economy of any society. And even the kwacha that we are struggling with in terms of depreciation, trade and commerce plays a critical role. With that said, the chairperson, now, when we look at the general performance of our ministry, Trade and Commerce and Industry, the performance scale, when we interrogate it, you will find that mostly the scale is inclined on trading, distribution. It is not more on manufacturing. You agree with me that we have more to do with the mere distribution than manufacturing. And it is at this area that the Zambian people are looking for to improve on the aspect of value addition, just as my fellow honorable has talked about. So, as we approve this budget, the ministry, we need to start seeing the scale coming up on value addition. Because if we continue focusing on trade, distribution, most of the industrial areas, when you go out there, what you will find mostly are warehouses. And then they distribute. Now, you look at a warehouse, how many professionals are employed in a warehouse? It is only 2 professionals. Very few people. The rest are general workers who are to load. That's the reason why the emphasis is on value addition. It is against this background that as Zambia in general, we have even failed to perform better when we talk of the regional integration, regional trade integration to do with COMESA. The only major benefit is that we are hosting COMESA as the head office. But what are the benefits from that? Those benefits will only come if we propel our manufacturing industry, because we are also going to be exporting to those countries who are in the COMESA umbrella. You are aware that there are more benefits to be to this regional trade integration. Same applies to SADC. We are not enjoying enough. And mind you, currently, trade
it has got a lot of dynamics currently. There is already something that is happening, Africa in general as developing countries, where they are saying we need to have free trade areas. That is an eye-opener to this age, to say really we have to jack up ourselves and making sure that we improve in our manufacturing industry, or else we will lose out. Zambia can become to be just a dumping ground. It will just be a market for others. But you can only feature well in that atmosphere when it comes if we improve our manufacturing industry. That said, the Honorable Minister had talked of these economic zone areas. Those economic zone areas should not turn out to be warehouses, should be turned out to be manufacturing. I don't know whether maybe as the ministry in charge, maybe you get to be duped. They come here, they register to say we'll be manufacturing. At the end of the day, they turn out to be distributors. You need to interrogate yourself in that area as a ministry. And let us, we don't want to have these economic zones which are being put across as night elephants. Let us make sure that these economic zones start operating in full capacity. Not we just leave them, we put money there, do everything, but there is no one to use those facilities. That said, if it is to do with the policy, that is a problem, interrogate. Zambians, their interest is to improve on the manufacturing. We have done enough in trading, and the scale is almost even falling. What we want is the scale to come balanced, where manufacturing vis-a-vis retail trading in terms of distribution is concerned. With those few remarks, as we support this budget, go with those things in your mind. We want to see, interrogate yourself, where are you failing? Is it to do with the policy? Is it to do with how you are interacting with those who will be investors? Is it to do with the regulations? You need to interrogate yourselves. As we support this budget, we want to see the scale coming balanced, both trading and manufacturing. With those said, I support the budget, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Mr. Katakwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for according me this chance as I represent the people of Solwezi East Constituency, Mushindamo District, in support of this Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Mr. Chairman, to start with, we do understand that trade or commerce is quite cardinal to any national development. We have seen any nation that has developed, it is through commerce, through trade. We look at examples of Dubai, just out of the sand. People with a vision could gather there and say, okay, let's just put this as a World Trade Center. Then they would attract the investors to take their goods there, and people buy from there. So this is quite cardinal, and we believe that Zambia can become a hub for trade, a hub for industrial activities. And Mr. Chairman, narrowing down, I'm privileged that I'll be able to speak to the Acting Minister of Commerce, who happens also to be Minister of Infrastructure. The people of Solwezi East, in supporting this head, wants to highlight a few things. In Mushindamo, Mr. Chairman, we have the potential of seeing commerce, trade, and industry developing. For instance, we have a company called Balaj, which is actually setting up an explosive manufacturing plant in my area, they are targeting the new copper belt, which is Kalumbila, Lumwana, and Kansanshi, and so on. And we also have grizzly mines. Grizzly mines have been mining emerald, and now they're into copper. We also have the ZNS that have expressed interest because we are near the border, trying to set up a milling plant. We have the farming block with over 100,000 hectares. And in all these activities, Mr. Chairman, for there to be enhanced commerce, trade, and industry, there are certain critical infrastructure that we expect to be developed in Mushindamo. Mr. Chairman, my people have asked me that as I debate on this head, I should ask the acting minister to state the government's position on the Solwezi-Kipushi Road, because our border there is a center for trade, center for commerce, center for industry. We have seen trade kings expressing interest in setting up industries there. But how can they do that if this key road is not developed? They have said, should there be any signing on the PPP arrangement on that road to be done, it should be done this year, as we promised them. And that will open up trade, to open up commerce with our neighboring country, DRC. Mr. Chairman, for all these things to happen in Mushindamo, Minister, there is need to expedite the setting up of a CBD. We need central business district that will house the administration of our district. Currently, all the workers, like at the council, they reside in Solwezi. All the administrative key officers are just borders. They just get to Mushindamo, they do their work, and you find that even their commitment is compromised, because you find that maybe 2-3 days in a week, that's when they actually do that kind of work. So if we have a CBD, it will be very easy for the administration of all these trade issues to be enhanced. Mr. Chairman, we are saying for the farming block to be developed to give us that food security that we need to produce even more for export, we need to have the road network to be developed in the farming block. We need power. We have a very big grid that gets into northwestern there, passing through Mushindamo. We are saying if we can have a step-down transformer like the way we have Pensulu and so on, this will be able to help us have the much-needed electricity or power to develop the industries, to develop commerce. In that respect, we are at the moment happy in the sense that we have set up a modern police station that will police the issues of security, and will be privileged that probably by the close of this month or early next month, the Minister of Home Affairs should be able to go and commission our modern police station. So the issues of security will be enhanced because we are around the border area. Mr. Chairman, my people are saying if we have the CBD developed, we are going to have all the facilities that come with the status of a CBD. For instance, we do not have banks, no fire station, no modern court, no district hospital, no RATSA, no filling station, no hotels. So what kind of a district? Okay. And yet we have the potential. With the things that I've mentioned, the mining activities coming up, how do you expect trade, commerce, and industry? And this allocation that we have, it would have even been bigger if the border was operational, because we would have been collecting more revenue. My belief is that once we operationalize the non-stop border post at Kipushi. We are even going to beat the collection that take place at Kasumbalesa, because all the industrial activities happening in the DRC are much closer to Mushindamo, because we have Kolwezi, we have Lubumbashi there, we have Likasi, they are much closer. So this area has the potential to open up commerce, trade, and industry if only we can open it up. And one of the ways is through the issues that I have articulated here. Mr. Chairman, in supporting this, we want just the minister to respond to the issue of the CBD. When are we going to, with the CBD issue, we need the groundbreaking ceremony to be done as soon as possible. We also need a comment whether we are going to sign through the PPP concession the Solwezi Kipushi Road this year, so that we are able to benefit through the industry, through commerce that we are talking about. Mr. Chairman, I support this head. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chanda. Mr. Chairperson, thank you so much for this opportunity to debate this particular head. Mr. Chairperson, I'll firstly address myself to our national trade policy as a country. Mr. Chairperson, the national trade policy says to us that we ought to be a net exporter. And when we make reference to national documents such as the Vision 2030, even the 8th National Development Plan, there's a direction in which we ought to go in terms of trade and in terms of commerce. That for all intents and purposes, Zambia is supposed to be a net exporter. Alas, Zambia still remains a net importer. And there's very little we are doing to provoke the status quo, Mr. Chairperson. It is more of business as usual. Where are the pragmatic steps we must be taking as a country to realize the objectives we've set for ourselves in policy documents, guiding who we must become and what we must be doing? What are those steps we must be taking? This particular ministry, Mr. Chairperson, is critical. And I'll give an example. The Ministry of Agriculture is talking about us producing 10 million metric tons of maize by the year 2027. If there's nothing pragmatic, and if there's this culture of working in silos, this could still be a far-fetched dream, or as the people of Kasama would call it, a mirage. We need to take pragmatic steps, Mr. Chairperson, if Zambia is to migrate from the current status quo of us being a net importer to become a net exporter. We want to be hearing of deals such as trade agreements. What trade agreements do we have with America? What trade agreements do we have with Europe? What trade agreements do we have with China? What trade agreements do we have with Russia, etc.? Following the last trip to China by His Excellency the President, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs gave his ministerial statement, there was indication that China was hungry for some of our agricultural produce. But what are we doing to package and to prepare for this opportunity? It cannot be business as usual, because a country right at the center of 8 neighboring countries, a country located at the center of 8 neighboring countries, 2/3 of fresh water, Zambia has every reason to become a net exporter. One of the tragedies that happened to this country, Mr. Chairperson, was the fact that we damaged the foundations laid by our first Republican president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and the industrial base Yes, Dr. Kaunda's industrial policy could have had its own shortcomings, such as it being inward-looking. But today, we can revisit that model and add to it the outward-looking. We can produce, consume it, domestic demand, but we have what it takes to produce and export. Even the issues we talk about, the pressures we talk about, such as the dollar exchange rate, etc., these things are things that we can overcome with a lot of resolve. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairperson, we are a nation that prides itself in politicking 99.9% of the time. And we give very little attention to providing solutions, alternatives, and also revisiting what route and what direction we must be going as a country. In the words of the former president, President Edgar Lungu, and I quote, "You cannot talk about national success on the back of national failure." That must be a guiding principle, that we cannot celebrate national failure and think we are being successful. When there are challenges, we must know these challenges are touching on everyone. It is a collective problem, summoning for collective resolutions as a people. And the more reason why, even for those of us in the opposition, we have a challenge. And the challenge we have is to say to ourselves that ours is not just to oppose, but ours is also to be a proposition of new ideas, a proposition of alternatives. That is what the people of Zambia are looking for. And that should be the conversation we must be having in this house. That this house must be a house of ideas. Let us have a contestation of ideas around trade, around commerce, and may the best ideas carry the day. If Zambia has come of age at 59 years after independence, that must be the conversation that this house must be embracing. Unfortunately, we spend our energies on things that don't matter most of the time. And I say that with a lot of respect. Mr. Chairperson, we continue to be a nation priding ourselves in exporting unprocessed and minimally processed products. What this does is that it provides very low value in terms of returns. Unless and until we move beyond rhetoric and bring to this house, this ministry is critical, bring to this house a value addition policy. Let's look at it. Let's interrogate it. Bring to this house the industrialization policy. Let's look at it. Let's interrogate it. Together, we know that this is the direction we must be going as a country. The essence of transformation, Mr. Chairperson, which must form part and the core of this particular ministry, is diversification via upgrading. We need to climb the technological ladder. There's a lot of technology advances every day, but we seem to be lagging behind in terms of us moving to where we must be going. Speaking for the people of Kanchibi and the need to bring industrialization to rural areas, you find ourselves with the Zampam plantation. What are we doing to ensure that we create industries, value addition, we bring about economic activity in rural areas and ensure that we trigger the rural drift as opposed to the urban drift, because rural areas have what it takes to create jobs, and this particular ministry, Mr. Chairperson, is very important in that regard. With those few remarks, we support this particular head with a clarion call for pragmatism. I submit, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Nkulukusa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving the people of Katuba and myself to comment and give few commentaries on the line that we are looking at today, which is very special to us, the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. I would like, first of all, to say we support the budget, and we are mesmerized to see some of the improvements and some of the strategies that are being employed in order to expand our growth in this sector. The average 27% increase in the budget allocation for us creates an opportunity for industry and trade to blossom, because this is the basis upon which employment and foreign exchange is going to be gained. Specific increase on the budget to the industry and enterprise development of about 98% is phenomenal. And this is very critical for us because enterprise development gives the small to medium enterprises, more especially in the country, the capacity to compete and expand in the region in order to build potential, grow their market base, and increase their revenue base. What has been discovered over time, Mr. Chairperson, is that the enterprise or the small to medium enterprises in the country tend not to take advantage of the over 300 million people that live in the SADC region, and also over $720 billion that is of the GDPs of the SADC countries. We all know that if we take this market, if enterprise takes this market and wants to grow, we are going to see how, first of all, job creation is going to blossom, as well as how we are going to bring in foreign direct investment into the country. The budget increase, Mr. Chairperson, of 8% towards standards and quality assurance is very, very encouraging. Quality assurance becomes one of the biggest phenomena that gives enterprise competitive advantage to penetrate regional markets so that they can compete favorably. I remember we used to, this was the bedrock of what we used to call Proudly Zambian and Buy Zambian campaign. I think we need to increase efforts on how we increase the brand visibility of this country and encourage the locals, first of all, to promote their own products for enterprise to grow and ensure that there is sustainability. And we need to drive this through the motivation of individual passions through the campaign Buy Zambia and Proudly Zambia. And so this can only be sustained if we invest in what is known as quality assurance. Because a product that may be produced in the industry without guaranteed quality may not compete at the regional market. And for our organizations to grow, we must all agree that they must look beyond the Zambian market and go into the SADC and also the sub-Saharan market. Only that way are we going to grow and ensure that we increase the growth of our GDP to sustainable levels of about 6%, growth rate 7%. And all the problems that we are talking about, you will see that actually they become minimized. Many of the times when we have challenges of increased costs, lack of revenue, we tend to start looking at how we can cut costs instead of how we can increase revenue. And these enterprises can increase the revenue generation for the country. However, Mr. Chairperson, we have received with concern the decrease in the budget for the trade facilitation, promotion, and market access. And we only hope that maybe this is more into enterprise development. Some money has been taken into enterprise development. Facilitation in market access, in this case more especially by ZDA, through ensuring that they open up through what are known as business forums in other countries to introduce the small to medium enterprises in this sector to penetrate those markets become very, very critical. But if the reduction in the budget for such an important facilitation to ensure that local industry can have access to international markets and grow their capacity and increase their revenue, that becomes a challenge. And that is why we would like to actually see that indirectly some of these resources could have been in what is known as enterprise development, so that we can see the enterprises, more especially the small to medium enterprises, to continue growing by tapping into the foreign market. We want also to comment that the strategic role of the ZDA, the Zambia Development Agency, in ensuring that they facilitate the market access of these small to medium enterprises becomes very low. And I think they tap into this budget of linking small to medium enterprises to markets, as well as ensuring that this market access is promoted and marketed through different business forums. So we'd like to see that the budget for the promotion grows, and also that more companies are introduced to international market. In a nutshell, Mr. Chairperson, this, if well harnessed, we have seen a lot of small to medium enterprises, we have seen great innovators in the country, but maybe we need a little bit of hand-holding through what could be called as training labs, or whatever name we can give them, so that we can see them to continue growing. What is happening is that the innovations start very well. Immediately the company starts reaching at growth level, we start seeing the decline in revenue, the decline in quality, the decline in everything. And sooner than later, we realize companies are not anymore there. We need to grow this base. If you look at today, the growth and the contribution to GDP by the small to medium enterprise is phenomenal. And we need to continue to hand-hold them to ensure that if this industry grows, then we know we are moving in the right direction. With these few words, we support the budget as the people of Katuba and encourage the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry to continue opening for small to medium enterprise companies markets in order for them to grow their businesses. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kafwaya, and then the Minister will wind up.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute on the head under consideration. When the Minister tendered the policy statement, he urged all honorable members to support. And I wondered if there is any honorable member who would fail to support this head. And so, from Lunte constituency, we support this particular head. And I know that we can talk about policy, can talk about industry, including commerce, and speak in terms of how the ministry should promulgate policy that is going to enable the trade environment. It is going to affect people tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, today, as I speak, people are being affected by the effects of commerce and trade. And so the issues that are happening today need to be considered. This is why just yesterday we heard an honorable member bringing the issue of middlemen in fuel. Today, an honorable member bringing an issue of distribution of fertilizer. Just yesterday, an honorable member, today actually brings the issue of the dollar. Today on the floor of the House. These are important commerce matters. The governor of the Bank of Zambia says we do not have enough forex to defend the kwacha. This is why today the dollar is going to 24 kwacha. We don't have enough forex. Why don't we have enough forex? Because we are not exporting as much as we should. Why aren't we exporting as much as we should when the Minister of Commerce is there, when the Minister of Finance is there, the Minister of Mines is there, Agriculture is there? Mr. Chairman, these are answers that ought to be given to the Zambian people. When we agree that generally the economy is bad, the Ministry of Commerce should be all over the place, crafting, instituting measures to handle these short-term effects. Mr. Chairman, people cannot continue to buy mealie meal at 300 kwacha per 25 kg bag when the Minister of Commerce is there. People cannot continue to buy a dollar at 24 kwacha. The Minister of Commerce is there. Where are those solutions? Where are those immediate solutions to solve the problems that people are suffering now? Where are they? Mr. Chairman, I know that yes, we'll be talking about policy. This policy cannot be formed now. If the policy we have is bad, it cannot be formed now. It will be formed through a process, and it will be launched maybe in a year's time. But thereafter, that's when you institute it. That's when it will begin to bear fruit. But what about now? Those street vendors who were chased from the street and don't have where to trade from. What are the solutions? Those solutions ought to be there now. Mr. Chairman, the booths of mobile money operators were destroyed. Where are those people? Because those people were trading. Where are they? They are there. Okay. Okay. The minister is saying they are there, and the minister is saying they are there. The education minister, Mr. Chairman. The acting minister of commerce is quiet, and he's just next to me here. Anyway, this is what we call abracadabra. But it shouldn't be like this. Let people craft solutions. Let ministries tell us, okay, immediate issues. And my honorable colleague, the MP for point of order, is already rising. I don't know what is the problem. Mr. Chairman.
Order, let's allow
point of order?
the member to speak. The acting minister of commerce, I'm sure you are taking note of whatever is being said. At an appropriate time, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in Ndola, those traders who push wheelbarrows, you know the wheelbarrows, they want to be levied. Okay? The council wants to tell them we will levy you. Okay? Wheelbarrows. Mr. Chairman, the government of the Republic of Zambia under the UPND government wants to levy those people who push wheelbarrows in Ndola. Ministry of Commerce should rise up and say, look, mines, we have given them concessions. Okay? These poor Zambians should be considered too. Ministry of Commerce should be able to say, sorry, if we could make mineral royalty deductible and we could restructure its computation so that it is reduced, even the Zambian people should be happy in their own country. For me, these are solutions that can be, you can't even entertain. You can't entertain when you are there, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and you even know that the reason Zambia does not have enough forex to defend the Kwacha is lack of trade. Then you want to kill the very small traders. These policies, Mr. Chairman, must change. The government must be empathetic, particularly to the poor people, and this particular ministry is very key in ensuring that the poor traders, the poor MSMEs have got proper tax incentives, they've got proper trading environments, and they are provided with basically the machinery which facilitates for their growth so that they too can start owning mines. Then they too can start owning, cement manufacturing plants. This is what we want. Don't say you are a Zambian, you can't have a mine. Don't say you are a Zambian, you can't grow into a cement, manufacturing plant unless a Dangote, they will be welcome. Unless somebody from elsewhere will be welcome. No, we want a commerce policy which promotes Zambian people. Mr. Chairman, I have heard with my own ears, that some people cannot be paid by government simply because they supplied when PF was in office. I have heard that. Mr. Chairman, that is bad for commerce. All Zambians should be paid. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Commerce must support all Zambians because these Zambians, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable member, oftentimes when you are speaking, a lot of people rise on point of order.
And I wonder.
The reason is that at times you make a lot of assertions as you debate, things that you can't substantiate. Assertions like there were pronouncements that were made that when whoever supplied during PF won't be paid, we are all in this house.
Yes.
They said that an audit should be carried, and those that supplied genuine goods will be paid. Now, if you, and the government is at liberty to do that. Now, you like making certain assertions which are not right. You continue and ensure that you debate with facts. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say government is still conducting the audit in order to pay those. And the audit are not even being paid. The same audit, they are refusing to pay those who conducted the audit. And the reason they are saying, remove some things from the audit so that we pay you. So it's unfortunate, Mr. Chairman. However, Mr. Chairman, and those audits were even illegal. That's another issue. But I'll proceed. Mr. Chairman, I was saying that fertilizer, which is being distributed, 6 bags in Mwembeshi, and elsewhere, 1 bag, 2, Minister of Commerce must ensure that the whole country, particularly where there is rain in Northwestern Province, in Luapula, in Northern Muchinga, Eastern Province, they should get proper bags of fertilizer, not half and one.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May the acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think listening to the debate, there's a glow of satisfaction that comes upon one. The realization that I think the mood in the House appears to have changed, because by and large, we hear a debate that speaks to one common agenda, that is desiring that our country moves forward, especially when we are dealing with matters of commerce, trade, and industry. I think in the main, all those that have contributed speak to the need to grow trade in this country through manufacturing and the value addition. Let me deal with a few of the debaters that have raised questions. The gentleman from Hamatako village, Mr. Jatira. Yeah, he talks about value addition, especially with specific reference to the cotton or textile industry and also the leather industry. This is what speaks to the potential of this country. We have so much raw materials, the animal skins that he's talking about, but we need to go a step further. And this is what the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry is putting in place. Mr. Mpundu from Chembe. Again, he talks about ensuring that even our economic zones do what they were put up to do, that is to manufacture rather than to be traders or distributors. That point is taken. Mr. Katakwe has spoken passionately about the district Mushindamo. Let me assure him that the issue of the Solwezi Kipush Road, yes, this is advanced. We believe that through the PPP Council, of which the substantive minister is also a member, that this will be put in place as soon as possible. And the issue of the Central Business District, I know that land has been given, so these are matters that government will progress. The national trade policy as raised by Honorable Mr. Chanda, Sunday Chanda. Yes, these are matters that need to be looked at, and especially trade agreements that we need to have with other countries. Yesterday, we closed the COMESA meeting here in Lusaka, and these are some of the issues that are being looked at. Quality assurance, Buy Zambia campaign, Proudly Zambia. Yes, Mr. Nkukusa, these are necessary. He has raised the matter of the reduction in the budget on trade facilitation. Let me assure him that even though it appears in number terms as a reduction, it's not quite that. It's just that for last year, there was a lot of donor funding, which is no longer the case. So we've gone back to our own resources. That's what reflects as a reduction. Mr. Kafwaya, who is my favorite MP, speaks with passion. let me correct him, $1 levy on wheelbarrows. This was done by the council, which is led by the PF. The people that have put a stop to it is the New Dawn government through the provincial administration minister of Copper Belt, and also the Ministry of Local Government. We are the ones that have put a stop to that. He is right that people are affected by issues of commerce, and that is why this government is doing everything possible to ensure that we grow the issues pertaining with commerce, trade, and industry. But a number of things need to be put in place. That's why His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, has given a clarion call in terms of our engagement, seeking partners, seeking investors. He has given us 4 areas or principles that we must be uppermost in whenever we want to engage with those investors from elsewhere. Number 1, it is that the capital cost must be right. Africa and the third world countries have not been treated fairly in terms of the availability of capital and the cost of that capital. The rating agencies push us in the wrong place. So this is a matter that the President, including our embassies all over the world, have been said that anyone coming now must come with capital that is priced rightly. Technology, that we must have access to the latest technology and at the right cost. And they must come with joint ventures. And the last is value addition, including value addition to even our minerals. And that is why you have seen this this memorandum of understanding between Zambia, DRC, and America that talks to the creation of a battery manufacturing facility that uses these critical minerals that we have in this country. That's not the only one. There are many others. But in the main, Mr. Chairman, all those that have supported, that have spoken, basically have supported this particular budget. And I'd like to thank them for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, head total 745,489,132. Any debate, any objection? The question is that head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, head total 745,489,132 stands part of the estimates. Mr. Banda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, may I take you to page 344? Program number 2114, sub-program 4003 and 4004. Honorable Minister, foreign trade facilitation, in 2023 it was 113 million, and you've reduced it to only 5 million. And everybody's talking about how much we need the foreign exchange. That foreign exchange that can help us bring down our rate of exchange. Honorable Minister, why is it that you've actually reduced it instead of increasing it? Market access, same thing. We need to ensure that our traders, manufacturers are able to access market in order to produce more and supply more so that they can contribute to the growth of our economy. Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank the Honorable Member for raising that particular issue. It would appear on this one that there is a drastic reduction from 113 million to 5 million. But this is the point I was making earlier. And this allocation will support initiatives aimed at facilitating international trade interactions, enabling smooth bilateral, regional, and multilateral engagements. Additionally, this funding supports technical capacity building efforts, underscoring the program's dedication to promoting skill development and knowledge enhancement. This decline is what I was explaining a bit earlier, is attributed to the winding up of donor projects that were in existence during the year 2023 that supported trade facilitation, market access programs in the ministry. Now that those donor-funded projects are no longer there, this is what is accounting for this apparent reduction. But in terms of proceeding with the programs, these will continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kafwaya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for according me this opportunity to raise a point of order on the Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, this your house is a house of record, decorum, and procedure. And because record is so important to us, I would like the House to correct the record. When the Honorable Minister says Ndola City Council is a PF-controlled council, he has forgotten that actually the invitation for those wheelbarrow pushers was done by the town clerk. The town clerk does not belong to PF. The town clerk, Mr. Chairman, is an employee of the Republic of Zambia under the Ministry of Local Government. Is the minister in order to claim that PF wants to tax people when in fact PF is out of power and yet UPN is the one?
Honorable Member. I know you're a senior member of this House. By now, you should be able to acquaint yourself who runs the council. The councillors, the mayor, those are the people that run the council. And the town clerk and other supporting staff implement the resolutions of those people. So the minister is not out of order. Thank you. We can proceed now. Honorable Member, you are distracting the normal transaction of the business now. I expect you to be very acquainted. Who was on the floor? I can't remember now. You disturbed me. No one. Okay. All right. I put the question. The question is that Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, head total 745,489,132 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, head total 745,489,132 is ordered to stand part of the estimate. We now move to Head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Head 44, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, General Policy Statement.
Thank you very much,
The Honorable
Mr.
Minister of Labor and Social Security Policy Statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I am pleased, Mr. Chairperson, to present my ministry's policy statement in support of the 2024 budget.
I want to announce no more point of orders that are distracting. May the Honorable Minister continue.
In this policy statement, Mr. Chairperson, I shall provide an overview of the performance in 2023 and highlight the ministry's planned activities in 2024. Number one, the mandate of the ministry focuses on formulating and implementing government policies as well as regulations of activities on the labor market to support economic and social development intentions as expressed in the 8th National Development Plan and beyond. Chairperson, labor is an important resource in unlocking the economic potential of the country through its contribution to productivity in line with the economic vision set out by the Minister of Finance and National Planning for 2024. My ministry has planned interventions which include policy and legal reforms aimed at enhancing productivity and social protection. Performance 2023, Chairperson, the ministry's budget in 2023 was anchored on 4 priority programs. Allow me to highlight the progress made by the ministry at attaining the key outputs under the following programs. Labor and productivity services. Chairperson, my ministry is mandated to protect the rights of workers through implementation of the provisions of the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, the Factories Act Cap 441 of the laws of Zambia, the Occupational Health and Safety Act number 33 of 2010, and the Industrial Relations Act Cap 269. To this effect, the ministry has so far conducted 3,095 labor inspections against the annual target, which was set at 2,000. These inspections covered over 84,800 employees across various sectors of the economy and have undoubtedly resulted in enhanced compliance amongst employers. Chairperson, in addition, the ministry resolved 13,833 labor disputes, facilitating payments of over 28 million kwacha to aggrieved employees. Through the Zambia Institute of Human Resources, we have continued to roll out the certification of human resource professionals and expanding compliance inspections on the labor market. Another key milestone my ministry has achieved is revision of the minimum wages. The minimum wages and conditions of service for non-unionized workers, which were last revised in 2018. The new minimum wages will take effect on the 1st of January 2024. Chairperson, child labor remains a key concern in the country as it affects the growth and development of our children. Over 490,000 children are affected by this vice. To reduce the incidences of child labor, the ministry, through intensified inspections and in collaboration with other line ministries, non-governmental organizations, other cooperating partners, has managed to withdraw more than 990 children from child labor and hazardous work activities in 2023. The ministry will continue engaging the communities and influential stakeholders to ensure that more children are withdrawn from child labor. Chairperson, under the Employment Exchange Services, the ministry has registered 46 private employment agencies through which over 11,900 job seekers were employed. The ministry has also registered 208 job seekers and successfully linked 13 of them to employers under the Public Employment Exchange Services. Chairperson, I wish to inform this august House that government is concerned with the low productivity in the country. Currently, it stands at 18 kwacha per person hours compared to SADC regional average of approximately 50 kwacha per person hour. This level of productivity, Chairperson, is not sufficient to spur economic growth that we so desire. The country's labor productivity will need to be above 100 kwacha per person hour for us to significantly accelerate economic rebound and growth. To mitigate this, my ministry has intensified industry-wide productivity awareness campaigns and has so far within its budget confines sensitized 2,024 persons in the year 2023 against the target of 1,000. We could do more with adequate resources, of course. The ministry has also provided productivity enhancement services to various institutions across the country, including 100 micro, small, and medium enterprises against a target of 200. Social Security Chairperson. On April 14, 2023, the National Pension Scheme Amendment Act No. 1 of 2023 came into force. The Act operationalizes the unprecedented 20% partial withdrawal of benefits from the National Pension Scheme. This caring government chairperson wishes to report that to date more than 9 billion kwacha has been paid out to over 400,000 members of the scheme. In addition, the members of the defunct Zambia National Provident Fund have continued to receive their closure pension benefits from NAPSA. I am delighted to report that so far more than 1 billion kwacha has been paid out to over 31,000 beneficiaries. These two interventions, Mr. Chairperson, by the UPND government has injected the much needed liquidity in the economy. Chairperson, a large proportion of the labor force in Zambia is in the informal sector and usually lacks social security coverage. To this effect, the social security coverage in the informal sector through the ministry's National Health Insurance Management Authority has registered 280,000 members in the informal sector in 2023, compared to 226,335 registered last year. This scaled-up drive has improved access to affordable healthcare services for this underserved segment of our population. Occupational health and safety services. Chairperson, safety and health in workplaces is one of the fundamental principles and rights of workers. To prevent occurrences of debilitating injuries, exposure to dangerous substances, the ministry has undertaken many inspections and also so far 227 against 270. In addition, over 1,150 plant and machinery were also tested. The occupational health and safety policy launched in 2023. The country has also successfully hosted the International Vision Zero conference, whose main objective was to inculcate a safety and health culture in workplaces and seek more effective occupational safety and health interventions. Challenges have been recorded, of course, related to the resources that are required to be able to deliver more effectively and more expansively. The ministerial budget allocation, Chairperson, the total budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security for the year 2024 stands at 99.7 million kwacha. This represents an increase of 16.87% from 85.5 million allocated in 2023. The funds have been allocated as follows: labor productivity, 33.7 million, an increase of 9%. Social security, 3.8 million, an increase of 19%. Occupational health and safety, 22.45 million, an increase of 34%. management and support, 39.7 million, an increase of 8.7%. Chairperson, allow me to state that the total budgetary allocation of 99.7 million to the ministry, 33.58 million representing 33.7% is for personal emoluments, and 23.56 million has been allocated as transfers, where the Occupational Health and Safety Institute has been allocated 15.55 million, the Kaizen Institute 6.22 million, and 1.79 million, and National Productivity Center. The remaining 32.56 million is the operational costs, while 9.99 million is for construction of offices, procurement of furniture, and other office equipment. Policy focus, Chairperson. Labor and productivity services, in line with the budget speech, this area will attract a lot of attention because we have to cater to industry in terms of the following areas that will spur the industrialization and value addition intent of the government. Some of the models that will follow will include review
Honorable Minister, wind up your policy statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So productivity is one area. We have 4 areas of law reform. That's the Employment Code Act, very important. Industrial Relations, Labor Relations Act also to be reformed, and review of apprenticeship. And other areas will include skills development, productivity trainings across the labor industry, labor and employment industry, and social security. We will also look at amendments of legislation around the Workers' Compensation Fund Control Board Act, as well as the NAPSA Pension Scheme Act to strengthen administration of the scheme. Actuarial evaluations will also be undertaken, or which have been undertaken in all social security institutions, will continue to inform continuous improvement towards building resilience and sustainable social security institutions. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further debate? Mr. Mtachalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for according me this opportunity to debate this important head. And before that, Mr. Chairperson, I want to make an appeal that when we are dealing with the budget session, I think it is important that substantive ministers must always be in the House and handle these heads. So I'm happy that the Minister of Labor is in this House. Mr. Chairperson, the Ministry of Labor is a very critical ministry which is charged with the responsibility of formulating and implementing government policies on labor matters. It is a very important ministry in the sense that it superintends over these employers to ensure that employers are able to comply with various labor laws in this country. However, I'm very disappointed that this ministry has always been underfunded by all successive governments. We are treating this ministry as a social ministry instead of treating this ministry as an economic ministry. I believe that if this ministry is sufficiently funded, Mr. Chairperson, it can be used as a vehicle to create jobs, because this is what is happening in other countries. The Ministry of Labor is a vehicle used to create jobs by suggesting certain policies to cabinet, so that once those policies are implemented, they those policies are favorable to the employers and also the workers. Because that's the only way we are going to increase labor productivity in this country. I am alive to the fact that the Industrial and Labor Relations Act and also the Employment Act, respectively, have undergone radical changes especially after the MMD government came into power. We saw the deregulation of the labor market, which has worked to the detriment of the Zambian workers. However, I must commend the PF government. I think after the UNIP government, the PF government is the only government which had introduced reforms, labor reforms, which are pro-workers. So I want to appeal to the New Dawn government that they must also walk their talk and ensure that they implement policies which are going to favor the interests of the Zambian workers. As the minister has already said, if you look at the budgetary allocation for 2024, 99 million kwacha from 85 million kwacha last year, this is not a success story. And I want to appeal to the government that going forward, I think it is important that we must look at this ministry as a ministry, as an economic ministry. I also have analyzed the labor and productivity budget. Only 33 million kwacha has been allocated. I feel that this is not enough because it's not able actually to implement the four core objectives as set out in the 8th National Development Plan. Mr. Chairperson, I also noticed that the issue of safety, occupational health and safety, the money is not enough. We have seen a lot of occupational hazards, especially in small-scale mining and other factories. So if the Ministry of Labor is not properly funded, it will be very, very difficult for the labor inspectors to go around these particular companies. I go to productivity. The minister spoke about the low levels of productivity in this country. And I want to agree with the minister that indeed, I think we have to do much in terms of productivity. Coming from the trade union background, having interacted with the labor unions at a global level, I believe that it is important that the issue of productivity must be dealt with in a more holistic manner. The Japanese Productivity Center is one of the classic examples. It was established after the Second World War in 1955. The Japanese government launched the productivity movement countrywide. That's why Japan was able to become the second biggest economy in this country. So I believe that I think it is important that we can also copy the Japanese Productivity Center by increasing resources to this particular, by increasing resources to the productivity center. I believe that once we do that, we are going to encourage trade unions to work in harmony with the employers. Productivity center can also enhance job creation. The minister has also outlined the number of disputes. In 2023, the ministry was able to resolve more than 5,000 labor disputes. And in 2024, you are targeting that you are going to, you are targeting 10,000 labor disputes. I think this is not a success story. I think it is important that the Ministry of Labor must work very hard to ensure that the unions and the employers work together in harmony. Child labor is a very serious matter. It's a violation of fundamental rights. Zambia has one of the worst forms of child labor. I think it is important to put punitive laws so that we deter people from using children, especially in the mining sector, small-scale mining, agriculture, and so on. Multiplicity of trade unions. I've seen that multiplicity of trade unions is detrimental to the interests of the workers in this country. When we had one union, one industry, I think the workers were able to bargain effectively. Not what is happening where was so many multiplicity of trade unions in this country. I believe that I think it is important that as a country we must think of going back to the one union, one industry, because in one company there are more than 5 trade unions. It is time consuming. Employers, instead of doing serious things, they engage in negotiation the whole year. I think that, to me, I feel that that is detrimental. On casualization of labor, I want to commend the PF government amended the law which prohibits employers to start abusing the workers. The law is very clear that when someone works for 6 months and they are supposed to be put on permanent basis. We have seen a trend in this country whereby even jobs which are of permanent nature, people are on a casual basis. 3 months, people are laid off. 6 months, people are laid off. You bring new workers. I don't think that is correct. So in conclusion, I want to state that the Ministry of Labor must also look at the issue of social security. I've seen that the workers, the retirees at LASIF, they have been suffering. I think more attention is given to NAPSA at the expense of members of LASIF. Up to this time, employees, former workers from ZESCO, local authorities, and national housing authorities are suffering. They can't be paid their annuities, their pension benefits are delayed. So it is my prayer that going forward, I think the former workers who are members of LASIF must also take center stage. With those few remarks, I support this head. I say thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Mlewa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving the people of Kaflafuta an opportunity to make their contribution to this head. First and foremost, Mr. Chair, I wish to acknowledge that this is a very, very key ministry in the nation, because this is the ministry that determines whether we are going to look after the welfare of our people well or not. And as always, I feel that this ministry needed a bit more cash, but obviously we understand that we do not have sufficient resources to give each ministry what it deserves. Mr. Chairman, I note that this ministry is seriously lacking transport. I'll give you an example of the Copper Belt where I am. We have the main office in Ndola, which is supposed to be the provincial office. I hope I've got that one right. And we have other subsidiary offices like in Luansha and other places. And between Ndola and Luansha, and I believe in Kitwe, they share one vehicle. And when you make a comparison of the transportation that is there with the number of companies that need supervision, the ministry obviously is in serious shortage. I'll give you a few examples that I have personally observed, because as you may know, when our people are in trouble, the first person they call on is an MP, and I have quite a number of companies in my constituents. That's why I call it a constituents that flows with milk and honey. And most of these companies actually are not handling their employees properly. I know one time the Minister of Labor did a very, very commendable job, I think towards the end of 2021, when we had to visit Dangote to look at the conditions that the employees at Dangote were working under. It was a sorry sight. She's there to bear witness to that. A very good job, but it had to take the entire minister to come and check on what was going on at the company. When there are other members of staff that could have done that. So apart from that, it's obvious that this ministry is also lacking on members of staff. They are understaffed, in short, and I believe we do not have sufficient technocrats to ensure that labor laws are dealt with precisely and efficiently. I have many cases that I can cite where people have been mistreated in their places of work, and when these matters are reported to the labor office, particularly, I'll talk about the Ndola office, people don't receive the adequate attention that they need to ensure that they are treated properly. People that would have worked for 6, 7 years get fired, and all they get are leave days, which is completely out of the employment law. Any employee that works for more than 2 years in any institution gets protected by the labor laws. And that simply means that when their issues are tabled or their cases come up, they are entitled to much more benefits than just the leave days that they give them. I have a case right now that I've been invited on where employees worked for more than 6 years, yet the owner of the company has been told to pay leave days. So I think that we need some seriousness when we are dealing with issues like this. We are the hope of this nation. So I think we don't want to debate on these matters for the sake of debating on them. Then we don't deliver what the Zambian people expect us to deliver. Like the previous speaker put forward, Mr. Chairman, we need to handle this ministry with all the seriousness it deserves, because this is the ministry that determines whether a government will stay in power or not. Like in other jurisdictions, we've seen it. That's why we have the Labour Party in the United Kingdom and the Conservative. What determines the effectiveness of the government is how the general employee is treated. And it really, really hurts me when I see people cry and they go to the labor office and nobody, particularly the Ndola office, I'll report this, Mr. Speaker, and I'm putting this humble request to the Minister of Labor to look into this matter. People have not been treated justly. And I really, really implore you, Honorable Minister, to look into this matter and ensure that we have some sanity in our area. We are here to serve the Zambian people, and it is just right to put a smile on the Zambian people. Let us make sure that the people that we are leading are treated right. Anybody who does not treat the Zambian employee right obviously does not handle the government right. So I wish to support this head very, very strongly, but still emphasize the fact that we need a lot more professionalism in this ministry, because when these people cry, they do not cry alone. They bring these issues to our attention. And how I hope that we could be given some privileges to work hand in hand with the Minister of Labor from our jurisdiction so that we can help the people of Zambia effectively. With these few words, Mr. Chairman, I wish to make my submission. I thank you.
Mr. Jamba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing the people of Mwembeshi to add a word to this head. Mr. Chairperson, I'll just stick to my constituency on just a few issues. First and foremost, Minister, you understand that KCM, Nampundwe Mine, in fact, Nampundwe Mine is part of KCM. The issues which actually are happening there are of a solid site. I don't know how the labor laws are, but I think it's important not to look into these issues. The first issue which is there is that these big companies, they subcontract people to be working underground. Like in a mining, in a mine area,
They will subcontract a small company to be working underground, and then they actually engage these people, say on a monthly basis or 2 months basis, so that they run away from direct jobs where they employ people directly. So they just give them short contracts. They employ them this month, next month they stop them, the other month they employ them, they stop them, so that they are running away from responsibility of employing people permanently. This issue, Honorable Minister, is a very serious issue in Nampundwe. We find that a lot of people are on casual basis. And look at the wages which they are getting, they are slave wages. But our understanding, I don't know how true it is that when your technocrats go to these companies, before they reach there, they meet with these employers. And immediately they get there, again, they don't even spend much time, they return back without doing any inspection. We are suspecting that that type of mentality has actually grown from immemorial to date, which we are thinking, Minister, you are hardworking. Can you have a look at such things which are happening in these mining companies? It is very sad that when you call the contractors, you tell them that this is what is happening. They always want to run away from responsibility, that those people are just casual workers. In any case, what we are seeing is that when the Minister of Mines was saying that the mine has been actually been given to the owners, we want to see a situation now where Vendetta in Nampundwe is going to employ miners, those who are going underground, under permanent basis. There's no need for people to be drilling underground, working under very unsafe circumstances to be as casuals. This is actually hurting the families, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, maybe let me jump to another sector, the farming sector, where we have got a lot of sugar companies which are working in Mwembeshi. Many of the people who are working, the cane cutters, are coming from Mongu, they are coming from Kalavo, they are coming from Sioma, these Nyengos. So when they come, that is very true. That is very true. It is true. When they come, I can see the Finance Minister is laughing. Some come from his constituency. So when they come, they don't inform us that they are in. All we find is that by the time the contract is ending of cutting sugarcane somewhere in November, they are fighting battles between the owners of the company and the employees. When we ask them that, how were you working? They say that we were signing contracts where we don't even use a pen, we just use our fingers in the cane fields. They didn't even read the contracts. So, Minister, we hear that your people go there. They go to these sugar companies. And when they go there, they don't even go to those fields. They end up in the offices and they come back. And the people are suffering. Go there if you want to go and see. You will notice that these people have got no these safety shoes, no safety wear. They are just working like that. And you will notice that, Madam Speaker, just this month, some of the people from Western Province, they are still in cells as I'm talking now. They are still in cells because of the fighting of these labor matters. Last year, it was the same story. They got some from Azabuka who came from Western Province. They were actually in cells. How long are we going to have these people denting our constituencies, coming all the way from constituencies from Western Province, as though they are Mwembeshi people? Meanwhile, they are actually getting slave wages. I must confirm to you, Honorable Minister, the wages which they are getting, these people, they are getting slave wages. It's important that you follow up and see what happens. So that before they start working, those people, your technocrats, can look at what the contracts are saying. Because these people are not educated, they don't even know what a contract is, or they find themselves, they are cane cutters getting cane in the fields. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. I support your head, and you have done well for giving partial whistleblower to many people in this country. May you continue working and working very hard. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mngandu, thank you. Honorable Chairperson, let me state that I support this head
they've continued disturbing me. I need protection. Honorable member for Kasamanda is calling my brother Prophet John Jeno. How can the Honorable Mtacharo be Prophet John Jeno? It's not fair. They are shouting. He's Honorable member for Chama North, not Prophet John Jeno. What did you say? Honorable Chairperson, my debate, I'll take a different angle. I'll look at the economic situation of this country vis-a-vis the effect on our workers. Honorable Minister, you can agree with me that debt restructuring efforts and delays do have severe effects on the well-being of our workers. It is therefore very unpatriotic, Honorable Chairperson, for anyone to celebrate the difficulties that we are facing to do with the debt restructuring. It's actually unpatriotic. If we look at the economic indicators, the Minister of Finance had indicated or projected a sustained increase in prices of between 6 and 8%. In simple terms, he projected inflation target of about 6 to 8%. Where are we now? We are at 12.6%, double digit. Bank of Zambia, in its quest to react to this problem, they've resorted to adjustments of the monetary policy rates. Again, this has been done by 3-point basis. All this, Honorable Chairperson, has a negative impact on our workers. Inflation erodes purchasing power and sending many of our workers into serious difficulties. Coupled by the increase in monetary policy rate, which simply means there is less money for investment in our economy. Higher interest rates. If we look at workers who have borrowed, they have their repayment amounts increased, repayment period rescheduled, also increased. All these have had negative impact on the lives of our workers. Honorable Minister, what measures are you putting in place to ensure that our civil servants, I know, Honorable Chairperson, we are not allowed to debate ourselves, but including many of your members of Parliament, we are all repaying loans. What measures are we putting in place to ensure that civil servants and other workers have help in terms of repayment? Remember, the Patriotic Front government introduced what we called debt service suspension, swapping of what the government owed in terms of allowances with debt servicing. Are you considering reintroducing such very progressive ideas to help our workers? 10%, we are talking of inflation which is at 12%. perpetual increase of fuel prices. If you want to argue with me, I can just itemize so many issues. Cost of minimum, electricity. These are things that have affected our workers. And that 10% is nothing. Honorable Chairperson, we expect to provide solutions to our workers. Honorable Minister, those labor inspectors, let them go to the mines. Let them go to Kalumbira, Lumwana. You find, Honorable Chairperson, that the so-called experts, they are getting 10, 20 times higher than qualified Zambians. Yeah. And in most cases, it is the Zambians that are doing the work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The so-called experts, they just sit, and in some instances, they don't even know anything. And this is not only happening in the mining sector. Honorable Minister, send your labor inspector, Toyota Zambia. Toyota Zambia, now called Sifao. Go and check how Zambian citizens who are doing the actual work there are being treated. Because Zambia drives Toyota. So we should demand that our workers are well looked after, especially indigenous Zambian workers. Check most of these multinationals. Look at the conditions that they subject our Zambian skilled workers. Compare the conditions of service. Minister of Home Affairs, I want to request that let also your security wings pay attention in terms of corruption that is going on. Almost everyone has complained that these inspectors, when they go, they come back smiling and that's the end of their work. We can't continue working like that as a country. We need to protect our workers. Zambians are more qualified and capable of discharging the functions that are so-called preserve of expatriates. So for me, I support this head
Order.
With those comments, Honorable Chairperson.
May the Honorable Minister wind up debate.
I thank you, Chairperson, for giving me this chance to wind up debate. And I must assure my colleagues, Honorable Mtaya Chalo, Honorable Chama South, Honorable Ndola, Kafula Futa, yes, Kafula Futa, yes, and Honorable Jamba from Mwembeshi. To Honorable, I do understand and appreciate all the comments in general, and we are on a journey. And when you hear us talking about economic transformative agenda and job creation, we mean business. And in so doing, we do not leave behind the responsibility for us to review and ensure that we refine all the issues and basically refining the policy environment and also the labor market itself, and seek to read it off all the many legacy issues which were pointed out by one of the speakers to say from time immemorial, these issues have been outstanding. Well, our president, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is a methodical president who says we must unlock all the rigidities, any rigidity that stands in the way of us attaining that economic transformation and job creation agenda. And so we are on this journey, And I think the honorable members did hear, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chairperson, they did hear the outline of all the interventions that this government has provided since 2021 when we took office. Partial withdrawal on the side of Social Security speaks to many issues. The ZIRIM Act speaks to a lot of the issues that are to do with practices or enhancing or building excellency on the labor and employment market. That ZIRIM Act is the focus, the area of your attention, so that we all work together to see how we can professionalize that central core point where supervision of human capital is anchored. So ZIRIM is working that work with the Ministry of Labor. The other issues to do with occupational health and safety, you know, and I'm sure most of you are aware of what we have been undertaking. To Honorable Mtaya Chalo, just to respond to some of the issues, he raised the issues of operations of the ministry. The ministry plans to review, of course, the Industrial and Labor Relations Act and the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019 to support enterprises to protect the workers much more effectively. Take note, Honorable Member, that Cabinet has approved those amendments in principle, and so this is one of the major interventions that we are undertaking so that we look again at the law and see how we can refine a lot of the areas, some of which some members have spoken to, of casualization and all the other areas. And indeed, even the issues that have been pointed out on industrial harmonization through unionism that is focused. These issues are being attended to, and these are some of the interventions we are taking, which the members of the public and all of you are invited to bring your submissions for this amendment process. Child labor, the ministry is addressing this through strengthened national steering committee and district child labor committees that are being formed. Some are already formed, Eastern Province, Western Province, and many other locations. And we are taking this to all areas where we know this vice is prevalent. Funding for Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the UPND government is progressively increasing funding and about 55 million in 2022 and 85 million in 2023, 99.7 million 2024. So there is a clear intent. There is a clear action, intent, action, walking the talk that we are seeing, an incremental work here, that we are not sitting at the same figure at all times. And I must mention here as well that we have been able to procure personnel that have been employed to complement the payroll or the number of personnel, technocrats that we have available to superintend over the labor market. Funding to, sorry, that I've already spoken to that, multiplicity of unions that was brought to the table to the House by Honorable Mtaya Chalo. This is a concern and a concern to be appreciated by everyone, but let's not forget the fact that this nation and its constitution speaks to, has expressed itself about freedom of association. And so what role would the Ministry of Labor bring to the table to say, don't form another union? Do not do that. Freedom of association governs. International standards, many of them promote freedom of association. But however, of course, there are consultations that are already being undertaken so that members of the labor movement can bring to the table some solutions that will stand the test of time, quality solutions. So consultations are being undertaken, Honorable Member, through you, Chairperson. Honorable Jamba, we are focusing on that space.
Order, Honorable Minister, as the time is 12:55, I suspend business and commit work Sorry? As the time is 12:55, I interrupt proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December has gone through Head 33 and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day for resumption of committee work.
Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume next Tuesday. The House is now adjourned.
There was an announcement by the Honorable First Deputy Speaker in which he informed the House that the National Assembly of Zambia, in conjunction with the Commonwealth